Bronson with the 0-2 to Ramirez. Strike 3 call, and a clean 1-2-3 inning for Randy Johnson in his Yankees debut. I think that's a ball. It is, and it'll score a run. Sheffield on at first base. Millard plays behind him as Matsui ropes one into deep right center field, and that is gone. Swing and a miss, and Clement with a big strikeout for the first out of the inning. Slider again from Clement. On the ground, diving and short as Jeter picks himself up and throws out one for real. It's a fly ball to deep center field. Bernie Williams at the wall. It's gone. Veritek hits it deep in the air to right Sheffield back, and the captain takes it out of the yard. A solo home run for Jason Veritek to tie the score at 3. Jeter hits it high in the air to deep right field. Nixon back at the wall. It's gone. Jeter wins it in the bottom of the 9th inning with a home run to right. The Yankees win it 4-3. Captain ties it, one captain wins it. The Yankees win 4-3. The 0-2 pitch. Millard grounds it left side and throw into left field. Nixon scores. Behind him comes Ramirez. The throw to the plate is not in time, and the Red Sox lead it 2-0. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 gets him. Third strikeout for Tim Wakefield. To Tino Martinez in the air to deep right field. Nixon back at the wall. He leaps and we're tied. Miller takes ball 4 and the lead man off for the Red Sox in the 9th. 1-2 pitch to Ramirez. And he stops it to third. A-Rod bobbles it again, and we're tied. Ortiz swings at the 1-0. Softly grounded on the first baseline. Rivera looks home, but then flips to first. And the Red Sox pull ahead. Bellhorn comes from third base. To left field and in for a hit. From third base comes Johnny Damon. Behind him is Ramirez. And the Red Sox add 2 more.
Right about. Fireside Nissan announces its super savings event going on now. Thinking of a new car? Lease a new 2005 Quest for $219 a month. Fireside Nissan, Route 1, North Attleboro.
Life is full of milestones. That's why Sovereign Bank offers milestone banking. So you can grow, achieve, and thrive. Sovereign Bank.
Quality items, great prices, and convenient locations, Extra Mart has all your bases covered. Stop by Extra Cafe for a single cup of our very own gourmet coffee or a double-sized Deli Joe sandwich. Heading for home or running on empty, Extra Mart introduces Extra Fuels, our own premium quality gasoline.
This month, come in for the best in Major League collectibles and trading cards, and enter to win a trip for two to the 2005 All-Star Game in Detroit.
Extra Mart is always a home run.
Fireside Nissan announces its Super Savings event going on now. Thinking of a new car? Lease a new 05 Altima 2.5 SL for $179 a month. Fireside Nissan, Route 1, North Attleboro.
Welcome back to the Rogers Center. A big crowd on hand here for the Red Sox and the Toronto Blue Jays, the home opener for the Blue Jays. Let's check in with Dan Roach. Dan?
All right, thank you very much, Don. We start with some very good news tonight is that Terry Francona is out of the Mass General Hospital. Of course, he went in after suffering chest stiffness prior to Wednesday's Red Sox game against the New York Yankees in the Bronx. Went to a New York hospital, was transferred to the Mass General. After 2 days of testing, doctors determined that it was caused, or his symptoms were caused, by a viral infection. So we will be able to rejoin the team come Monday for the club's season opener. Now, as for tonight, Brad Mills, the bench coach of the Red Sox, will once again step in for Francona. I spoke with with Mills earlier this afternoon to get his thoughts on what it's like managing Terry Francona's team.
Well, we're going to take over the way he would do things. And I think that's exactly the way that the ball club played. They played aggressively and did a great job, had some good solid at-bats, and went on and played the game that way. And I don't look for that to be any different here in Toronto.
And again, the good news is that Terry Francona, he wanted badly to come here tonight. In fact, had a couple of plane reservations, but the Red Sox general manager Theo Epstein and company talked him out of it, the doctors as well, and said just rest up this weekend, rejoin the team when they return home for the big home opener Monday at Fenway Park. That's it for down here on the field. Now let's go back up to you, Don.
All right, Dan, thank you very much. And again, all of our thoughts, especially up here in the booth, are with Terry Francona. Very good news that he is all right. And we wish him luck over the weekend, and we'll see him again on Monday.
Well, I'm certain he's very happy to be out of the hospital, back home resting comfortably now. And, Terry, if you're listening tonight, if you don't want to become ill again, you might want to turn the broadcast off, or just at least turn the volume down anyway.
Yeah, Brad Mills said before the game that he'll be second-guessing him from back in New England. And those two talked a great deal today in discussing how they would work the lineup tonight. And for that matter, over the weekend, as the Red Sox here against the Toronto Blue Jays, and the well wishes from the many Red Sox fans on hand here tonight, as you might imagine. The short trip from Boston up here to Toronto, and many are here tonight in this large crowd expected for the home opener for the Toronto Blue Jays. They've had a very large ceremony here before the game, and all kinds of new bells and whistles here in the new Rogers Center. Explosions and everything else taken off here inside the new building, but it is alive again in what was a very quiet building for a few years.
Well, it's alive tonight, and let's hope it stays alive for them through the course of the season. You know, they used to be commonplace to come here, and every game was like this at the old Sky Dome when they have very competitive teams. But since the strike, they have had a very difficult time getting those fans back. But they're here tonight for game one. And I got to say, Don, these pregame ceremonies was very much like an NBA All-Star game atmosphere. They had strobe lights going. They put their new scoreboard in center field on display, introduced all the players from both sides. It was pretty impressive.
A lot of loud music here, and they were in the dark for the most part as they brought out the players one at a time in the spotlight. And now the ceremonial first pitch being thrown out. One difference here, well, besides the fact that it's no longer Sky Dome, and I guarantee you I'll call it Sky Dome at least 5 times tonight. But the Rogers Center has a new turf. It is known as a field turf. It is also the same stuff that's at the Metrodome in Minneapolis, and the same stuff that is at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg. The turf here for the last few years was very, very bad.
Yeah, and this is going to take a while to settle in. I was down on the field before batting practice and walked on it, and it is very, very, very soft right now. It almost feels unstable underneath your feet as you walk on it. But, you know, as time goes on, it's going to settle in. It's going to be just like down in Tampa Bay, just like Minnesota. They had the same problems early in the year last year in Minnesota. And what the players are going to notice right away, I mean, it's 1,000% better than what they had in here. But the ball's not going to come as quickly on this. It's going to slow up in the outfield and the gaps until it gets settled in a little bit. So both clubs had a chance to work out on it prior to the ball game. The home team, Blue Jays, worked out yesterday. The Red Sox had batting practice today. So, you know, I don't think it's going to be a major issue, but I will say this. It is very, very soft, softer than anything I've experienced in the other two places where they have it.
Talking to John Gibbons, a manager for the Toronto Blue Jays before the game, he said yesterday they were trying to figure out what shoes to wear on it today because of the new surface and trying to figure out what would best suit the players. There is John Gibbons, who last year was the interim manager as he took over for Carlos Tosca, named the full-time manager this season, and has a different looking Toronto Blue Jays team here and ready to go on the season. They started off very well, winning their first two games and nearly won their third game until the Tampa Bay Devil Rays came from behind to beat them. But a winning beginning this season for John Gibbons out of the gate with a record of 2-1. We talked about the field turf. One other area that is also discussed here that is new is the warning track area that goes all the way around the field, and it's kind of a rocky surface. They're saying it's like a lava rock that is there. It's very, very loose and very, very strange.
Yeah, it is. I've never seen anything quite like that, and they have it, of course, in front of the dugouts and all the way around at the warning track. They wanted to create, obviously, a different surface so that the players, when they hit that in the outfield, they know they're on the warning track and off the field turf. But it's almost like you grill at home in the backyard. I mean, that when you walk on it and you pick up these little pebbles and rocks, it's almost like, you know, when you start your gas grill at home.
Right.
It's that kind of thing. It's the strangest surface I've ever seen. I've never seen anything quite like it. So, you know, we'll see. I mean, the players weren't particularly fond of it when they first experienced it, but we'll see how it goes as the year goes on.
Yeah, there's changing lineups at home plate as we get ready for the Red Sox and the Blue Jays for the first time. The two teams this year will meet 18 times after meeting 19 times each of the last 2 years. The Red Sox won the season series last year convincingly, 14-5. It was the most wins for the Red Sox against the Blue Jays in the 28-year series between the Red Sox and the Blue Jays. And the Red Sox having to sit through the lengthy opening ceremonies here in Toronto, and a little bit of warming up going on the field still as Johnny Damon gets ready, and so does Kevin Millar. We talked about in the top of the telecast about the absence of Carlos Delgado. This Blue Jays team does look a little bit different as we come in. They were able to get Corey Koski, who is Canadian-born, to come back here to play for the Blue Jays. And a few changes for them, but the big thing was unloading the big contract to Carlos Delgado.
Yeah, that was a situation for the last couple of years with a team that was not real good. And, of course, they had to carry that big paycheck of Carlos Delgado. Well, they've been able to free themselves of that. They've added, as you can see, Corey Koski there to the right, along with Vernon Wells next to him, one of the top players in the American League. Wells last year winning a Gold Glove out in center field. So, you know, their offense, even with Delgado, as we mentioned down in the open, was not very good last year. I think that surprised a lot of people. So, you know, I'm not so sure how much he's going to be missed. I mean, this may be a better club without Carlos Delgado.
And the Red Sox, having lost the first two games of the series, able to get the last game in that three-game series against the Yankees and move up here to Toronto to take on the Blue Jays. A much different atmosphere up here, as you might imagine, having gotten the Red Sox-Yankees series out of the way in New York. And, of course, the Red Sox will welcome the Yankees for the home opener on Monday at Fenway Park. Bronson Arroyo getting the start today for the Red Sox. The Toronto Blue Jays take the field. Let's take a look at the Red Sox starting lineup, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Johnny Damon leads it off in center field. Trot Nixon in right field batting second. Manny Ramirez in left. David Ortiz, the designated hitter, with Kevin Millar at first base. Edgar Renteria at shortstop. Jason Veritek doing the catching with Bill Miller at third base, and Mark Bellhorn at second base. That's ninth as the Red Sox go up against Dave Bush.
This will be the first look for the Red Sox at Dave Bush. He was called up to the major leagues last July 2nd. He made a start against the Expos, and that was down in Puerto Rico. He got his first big league win on July 25th at Tampa Bay, and that was in his fourth start. You know, I watched some tape of him this afternoon in the Red Sox clubhouse. Fastball, curveball, slider, changeup, very poised. He's got good stuff. And according to Brad Mills, Red Sox hitters are going to have to make him get his pitches up to be successful against him tonight. The defense for Toronto, they've made 3 errors in the 3 games they've played. Corey Koski will be at third base. Russ Adams, the rookie, at shortstop. Orlando Hudson in second, and Eric Hinsky moving to first base. Frank Catalano in left. Vernon Wells, the Gold Glover, in center field. Gabe Gross in right. And veteran Greg Zaun doing the catching for Dave Bush.
The umpiring crew has Tim Timmons behind the plate, Tim McClelland at first base, Chuck Merriweather at second base, and Mike Everett, the umpire, at third. The roof is closed here at Rogers Center, but today was just a delightful day in Toronto. High blue skies and sunshine. Very warm in the Toronto area. But customarily, they do not open the roof here for the most part in April. They very easily could have tonight, but they opt not to in this home opener. And as you can see, a good-sized crowd on hand here tonight. They were expecting better than 50,000 as Johnny Damon takes the first pitch of the ball game in there for a strike. Damon starting the season 4 for 14 with a .286 batting average. Waves at that one.
Now that's the curveball, and watching this afternoon, that appears to be his best pitch. It's almost one of those 12-6 curveballs.
Grounded foul beyond the Blue Jays dugout. Dave Bush, 25 years of age, born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Stands at 6'2", 212 pounds. Line over the glove of Veritek and into right field. And Johnny Damon aboard with a leadoff single.
3 straight curveballs. In the last one, they try to go inside with it, and Johnny Damon with the line shot right off the glove of Veritek. You see where the catch is on is set up. The breaking ball stays out over the plate, and Johnny Damon hits it hard for the hit. So Damon, who had 2 for 5 in that last game against the Yankees, starts this one off with a base hit.
So Damon at first, and here's Trot Nixon. Nixon beginning the season 0 for his first 6. Slaps it foul off to the left. Nixon did not get to start on opening night at Yankee Stadium against Randy Johnson. Did come into the game and picked up an RBI, his lone RBI so far this season. Check on Damon, who's back to the bag at first.
I think one of the things that impressed the Blue Jays brass a year ago about Bush is the fact that he does not get flustered. Very confident young guy, has confidence in his ability.
He was called up last year from AAA Syracuse on July the 2nd. Finished the year here in Toronto, a 5-4 record. Originally a Toronto Blue Jays second-round pick, he was taken 55th overall back in 2002. A career minor league record of 21-14. Nixon lifts it in the air to deep left. Catalanato back. This will take him onto that new warning track. And he handles out number 1. Damon will go back to the bag at first. Long fly ball out for Trot Nixon.
You know, Don, all the years we've been coming here, I've never been able to figure out whether the ball travels better when the roof is closed or when it's open. It's almost impossible to tell. And Nixon hit that ball pretty well, and it runs Catalanato back to the warning track.
So 1 down in the inning. Johnny Damon still at first. And here's Manny Ramirez. A 1 for 13 start to the season for Manny. No 77 batting average. No homers and an RBI for Ramirez. And he has always had great success here in Toronto. In 71 games, a .304 batting average. 20 homers and 66 RBIs. Linsky holds on. Damon at first. Little pitch high and tight to Ramirez.
That's interesting. I mentioned the fact that, you know, they have this video available to all the players. So the Red Sox had not seen Bush. So this afternoon when Manny was watching him, he watched all of his pitching performances against A-Rod from the Yankees. He faced him last year, and so every at bat that A-Rod had against Bush, that's what Manny was watching.
There goes Damon. The pitch low. The throw down is not going to be in time, and Johnny steals second base.
And it looks like he picked the right pitch too. I believe that was the changeup from Bush. And an excellent jump by Damon. He's got 3 or 4 steps before that ball's even delivered, plus the fact it's the off-speed pitch and an easy steal for Johnny Damon.
19 stolen bases a year ago for Johnny Damon, his first of 2005. As Manny Ramirez now ahead in the count, 3-0. First base is open with 1 down here in the first inning. And the strike to Manny Ramirez. Dave Bush, perfect 4-0 a year ago here at Toronto. 2.77 earned run average. A 1-4 record with a 4.73 earned run average away from Toronto. Ball 4 to Ramirez, and the first walk of the night given up by Dave Bush.
There's a wide open hole at second base. Orlando Hudson apparently had a pickoff play on, but David Bush didn't see him. And Hudson was right over at second base when that pitch was delivered to home plate. Wide open gap over there, but not a pitch that Manny could swing at. Ball up and in, and Ramirez draws the walk.
So 1 down, Johnny Damon at second base, Manny Ramirez at first. And here's David Ortiz. A fast start on the season for Ortiz. 6 for his first 13. The .462 batting average. There's a home run, 2 runs batted in. He was 3 for 5 with a double and a run batted in. He scored Mark Bellhorn with the game winner on Wednesday against the Yankees in the final game of that series. Tried to hold up, but he offers, and David Ortiz down 0-2.
Pretty good life on that fastball from Dave Bush. That ball was up, and it seemed to explode and just take off on David Ortiz, and he couldn't hold up on the swing.
Once you get that big swing going, it's tough to hold it back. Ortiz could not. He trails in the count 0-2. Trying to get him to chase. He doesn't as they go up top.
Tries again, tries to climb the ladder with Ortiz, and after that ball went by, Ortiz just shaking his head. No, you're not going to get me on that.
Last time out for Dave Bush, September the 2nd against the New York Yankees in fine fashion. He went 9 innings, giving up 2 hits, and he struck out 11, allowing no runs against the Yankees. Fine way to finish the season for the rookie right-hander. In the dirt, sprawling is Greg Zahn to his right. Zahn begins the year as the starting catcher for the Toronto Blue Jays.
A couple of veterans doing the catching. Myers is the other catcher for the Blue Jays. He missed a lot of last season with injury.
And a bad ankle injury last year. The 2-2. Ortiz fouls it off the umpire and back towards the backstop. He gets a piece of Tim Timmons on the way by.
That'll shake things up a little bit here in the first inning. Get the jaw loose, maybe loosen a few teeth.
Johnny Damon at second, Manny Ramirez at first. He's taking the pitch down and in at a full count now. David had been down 0-2. only out of the inning for the Red Sox. A long fly ball by Trot Nixon to the warning track in left field. Down and in. Ball 4, and Ortiz able to work the walk. Back-to-back walks by Dave Bush.
3-2 count, and Bush goes to the changeup against David Ortiz, so he quickly got ahead of him. Ortiz wouldn't bite as he tried to climb the ladder, and eventually Big Papi draws the walk. Changeup down and in, and down at first base will go David Ortiz. So the Red Sox with a chance to do some damage early against the young pitcher.
Kevin Millar batting with the bases loaded and 1 down. Millar 4 for 8 to begin the season. There's 2 runs batted in. Millar was 3 for 3 with 2 runs batted in on Wednesday at Yankee Stadium, where he had to leave the game with a leg cramp in the 6th inning. Millar all right, back in there after the off day yesterday for the Red Sox.
What a time to hit right now, as you got the 2-0 count, bases loaded, a young pitcher struggling to throw strikes.
Brad Ironsburg, the pitching coach for the Blue Jays, out for the first time. Blue Jays making some changes on their coaching staff, of course, naming their new manager, John Gibbons, as the interim manager last year. And talked to John before the ball game. He has some New England ties. Want to say hello to his 92-year-old grandmother, Mary Boyson, who lives in Beverly, Massachusetts, and his cousin Bobby Norman lives in Gloucester, Mass. John Gibbons was on Carlos Tosca's coaching staff last year and was in the bullpen, and became the manager this season officially. Millar fouls it off the shoe tops.
Remember, Kevin Millar had to come out of the game in New York with the cramp in the knee. I asked him about that today, and I said, you know, the first thing you think about is a cartilage. He said it was the strangest thing. He said it just cramped up on me, and about 10 minutes later, after I was out of the game, it was completely fine.
Big opportunity for the Red Sox in the first. 1 down, bases loaded. Millar hits it in the air to left field. Catalinato has it sized up. He'll make the catch. Damon tags and tries to score, and does with the game's first run. Red Sox on top 1-0.
That situation, obviously, Millar looking for a ball that he can get in the air. He gets it in the air, and certainly deep enough to get a run home. I would have to guess, though, I mean, if you're David Bush and you get out of this inning with only 1 run given up, that's a moral victory.
Manny Ramirez standing at second base. David Ortiz at first. 2 down in the inning for Edgar Renteria. 2 for 13 to begin his Red Sox career. Feeling much better after getting a couple of hits in his final 2 at-bats on Wednesday, including the big 2-run single in the 9th inning off Mariano Rivera to snap what was an 0 for 11 beginning to his Red Sox career. Lifted to short left field. Catalinato is there. And Bush gets out of the inning, giving up just the 1 run, but the Red Sox lead it 1-0. Blue Jays coming up.
Hi, I'm Roanne from Off Track Betting, celebrating our 25th anniversary. Mattresses looked a lot different 25 years ago. Then along came waterbeds, latex and visco mattresses, plus bigger and better Serta mattresses. So many choices today. At Off Track Betting, we help you choose the mattress that's right for you. And we've been doing it for 25 years at the area's lowest prices. Shop Off Track Betting's 15 locations and find out why Serta makes the world's best mattress. Off Track Betting, for over 25 years, the lowest prices every night.
In a world where opportunity knocks only once, you must act fast to get $182 a month for 24 months on a limited allocation of 2005 Ford Ranger XLT Super Cab 4x4 automatics. This is a limited engagement of Ranger Super Cabs for just $182 a month. Get a V6 engine, AM/FM stereo CD player, 16-inch wheels, AC, and more for just $182 a month for 24 months. But hurry, because when they're gone, they're gone. Only at your New England Ford dealer.
For 86 years, the Fenway faithful said, wait till next year. Well, after decades of close calls and ground balls, next year finally happened. The Red Sox made the World Series and made history for not only Red Sox Nation, but the entire nation. The home of the world champion Boston Red Sox is Nixon. Every night, every day, and every year, history happens here.
Back at Rogers Center as we head to the last half of the first inning. Red Sox on top 1-0. Let's look at the Blue Jays lineup. Lineup's brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Frank Catalanato leads it off for the Jays in left field. Orlando Hudson at second base. Vernon Wells in center field. The newcomer Corey Koski third base. Former Red Sox infielder Shea Hillenbrand the DH. Kinski at first. Greg Zahn doing the catching. Dave Gross in right. Russ Adams bats ninth and plays at shortstop. They go up against the Red Sox right-handed starter Bronson Arroyo.
29 starts last season, a record of 10-9, ERA of 4.03, and in 3 starts against Toronto, 1-0. And a beautiful game up here last year at Sky Dome with 8 innings, no runs scored against Arroyo. That's a start and a replacement of Young Kim in that game.
Frank Catalanato, who was hit down in the Toronto Blue Jays order over the last couple of years. At times in the number 5 spot, leading off.
Tell you what, if I was the manager of the Blue Jays, I'd want him up as much as I can against the Red Sox. Lead him off, get him 5 at-bats, because he just always does damage against the Red Sox.
There are the hard numbers in 63 games for Catalanato, a .324 batting average. Former Detroit Tiger and Texas Ranger. One-two slap foul off to the left. Catalanato, fresh off a great spring in which he hit .327 for the Toronto Blue Jays. Had 3 different stints on the DL last season for the Blue Jays. Missed a total of 81 games. A little pop-up towards Renteria. Handles it for out number 1.
Let's take a look at the defense tonight for the Red Sox. They've made 3 errors in the 3 games they've played. It's Bill Miller at third base, Edgar Renteria the shortstop, Mark Bellhorn at second, and Kevin Millar at first. Left to right, Manny Ramirez, Johnny Damon, and Trot Nixon. Jason Veritek doing the catching.
1 down in the inning for Orlando Hudson. Switch hitting second baseman for the Blue Jays. Very good defensive second baseman. Has a home run already on the young season. And Vernon Wells went back-to-back with home runs on opening day. Blue Jays started their season at Tropicana Field in Tampa Bay, as they took 2 out of 3 from the Devil Rays. Hudson has a ton of speed. He had 7 triples last season. It was the 2nd straight season in which he led all American League second basemen in assists. An outstanding .984 fielding percentage. Sends it towards his counterpart at second base, Bellhorn, who throws him out. 2 down.
Both outs for Bronson Arroyo on the breaking ball. The one that Catalanato was interesting because, you know, most of the time Bronson hits the breaking ball away from both right-handers and left-handers. The one to Catalanato actually jammed him. It was inside. You don't see him do that very often.
Two down, and here is Vernon Wells. 3 for 12 to begin the season so far. Already has a home run. Gold Glove Award winner a season ago, really coming into his own over the last few years and putting up some outstanding offensive numbers. 20-plus home runs in 2004. And the first Gold Glove winner for the Blue Jays since back in 1999 when Sean Green won a Gold Glove. High pop-up into shallow center field. Damon coming in. And Johnny will make the catch. It's a 1-2-3 first inning for Bronson Arroyo. Done with one. Red Sox on top 1-0.
It's Nissan of East Providence Spring Savings Event, and we've got a great deal on the 2005 Titan. Only $22,953. Nissan of East Providence, Route 44 East Providence.
Money on your mind? At Sovereign, we're here with red carpet service. Guaranteed.
History happens here each week on Nesson.
Red Sox win it in the 12th.
So why not rewind and catch it again? Granite City Electric's Red Sox Rewind each week on Nesson as host Hazel May recaps the week in Red Sox Nation with game highlights, interviews, team news, and more.
They struck him out.
Rewind the week that was with Granite City Electric's Red Sox Rewind, Monday and Tuesday nights on Nesson.
It's Nissan of East Providence Spring Savings Event, and we've got a great deal. Lease the 2005 Maxima SE or 2005 Murano S. Your choice, $298 a month. Nissan of East Providence, Route 44 East Providence.
One of the most special days of the year is Monday, opening day at Fenway Park. Festivities are expected to begin about 2 o'clock, so be sure to come early. The Sox take on the Yankees at 3. Then after the game, the Red Sox Foundation will have its biggest fundraiser of the year, the Welcome Home Dinner presented by Dunkin' Donuts. Tickets still available, so go to RedSoxFoundation.org for more information.
Top half of the second inning. Jason Veritek leading it off. Bottom third of the Red Sox order expected in the inning. Veritek, Bill Miller, and Mark Bellhorn expected. Jason off to the 4-for-8 start. Veritek hitting a solo home run off Mariano Rivera with one out in the top of the 9th inning on Tuesday, which at the time tied the game. And of course, Jeter came back with a home run the last of the 9th to give the Yankees the win in Game 2 of the season. Here is that home run. With a short porch in right field at Yankee Stadium. First home run of the year for the Red Sox captain. In the air to deep right field. It is high, deep, and back towards the pole, and that is gone. A home run. At the pole in right field, and Veritek's got his second home run of the season. He puts the Red Sox on top 2-0.
And that makes Red Sox fans here at Rogers Center very happy. We just showed you the home run in New York, and this one is high and long. Fastball in a part of the plate, and the only question is whether it was going to stay in fair territory. And it did by a good distance.
There is Bill Miller, who takes the first pitch strike from Bush. Bill Miller 3 for 11 to begin the season. Sox so far with 2 hits off David Bush. A single in the first by Damon. Most recently the home run by Jason Veritek. sends it fisted out towards right center field, falling fast and in for a hit. Vernon Wells cuts it off. A single for Bill Miller.
Very deep was the outfield here for Toronto. Both Vernon Wells and Gabe Gross playing deep. That ball was up there for a long time, but neither guy could get to it. Fly ball that's going to find an open area between Vernon Wells and Gabe Gross. I see the ball bounce here. It doesn't bounce quite as high as it would on that old turf that was here at Rogers Center.
You could add a good couple of feet.
Yeah, that ball would have bounced right over Vernon Wells' head.
There's just to talk about it. The hardest surface. It was a very old surface here. The brand new field turf. Bill Miller at first. Mark Bellhorn the batter. Grounded towards second. Orlando Hudson, the second for one on the first. It's in time. The double play turn. And there's 2 down in the inning.
You watch Orlando Hudson on this ground ball. Now, you watch him drop his right leg to get himself in position to make that throw to second base. It kind of quickens things up. Ground ball, he has to move a few steps to his left, but see him drop that back leg, and that opens him up for that throw. Get it a little bit quicker to the shortstop, and that's why they turn that double play. Russ Adams getting way out of the way there of Bill Miller.
So 2 down in the inning. The base is now empty. Johnny Damon, a single his first time up. Was able to steal second base and around to score the Red Sox first run. Damon with 2 hits in each of his last 2 games. He was 0 for 4 on opening night, but 2 hits in game 2, 2 hits in game 3, and base hit tonight in his first at bat.
A little more movement on that fastball. The 2-seamer that ran away from Johnny Damon. Most of the fastballs we've seen so far from Bush have been cross-seam straight fastballs. See that ball run away.
2 fouled off. Damon had to lunge to get a piece of that.
Yeah, he's had a couple of Red Sox hitters. Damon in his first at bat. Renteria way out on their front foot on that slow curveball. Damon way off balance there, but does foul it off to stay alive.
2-2. Again to Damon, a broken bat grounder out towards Hudson. That'll do it in the inning. With a leadoff home run, his second of the year for Jason Veritek. Red Sox on top 2-0.
I love the way you've decorated in here.
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly on Southwest Airlines from Manchester or Providence to Philadelphia for just $29 one way when you purchase by May 26th.
You are now free to move about the country.
You haven't seen anything. No better service. True satisfaction. No better wheel. American wheel. Now we got the power. The best selection. Come on in and make the deal. Don't miss a thing you see it. Oh, no. You haven't seen anything. Haven't seen anything. You've seen Paul Massey. Yeah, Paul Massey Chevrolet.
The world champion Boston Red Sox are coming home. Tune in as their welcome back in style at the Welcome Back Dinner, presented by Dunkin' Donuts, featuring player appearances, music, comedy, and more. Tuesday night at 8 on Nesson. Can't catch your Sox in time? At midnight on game nights, tune in Red Sox in 2, an edited down 2-hour replay of the Sox game. So keep track of your Sox around the clock with Red Sox in 2.
Boston Globe Sports Plus. It's sports plus a whole lot more. Now with 2 shows each week featuring news, interviews, and analysis from Boston Globe sports writers. Wednesday through Saturday nights on Nixon.
Back in Boston as the Red Sox have jumped out to the early lead for Terry Francona tonight. A single run in the first, a single run in the second. Red Sox on top 2-0. As Corey Koski leads it off and grounds it sharply, but right at Millar. It takes it alone for the first out of the inning.
Tune in Nesson Sports Desk, New England's first word on sports night and day for scores, highlights, interviews, and analysis. Evenings at 10 and mornings from 5 to 9.
Federal legislation were added to baseball's ban list. And he claims because of that he's tested positive for a substance that he purchased legally before January 15th. And under baseball's drug rules, the sport doesn't announce the specific substance a player tested positive for. So Sanchez will not appeal it and will lose $32,787. One down, and Shea Hillenbrand, a former Red Sox infielder, traded away prior to the deal for Byung-Hyun Kim to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Not much has changed in the life of Shea Hillenbrand. Still a free swinger. You see the numbers with the Red Sox in 344 games. Last year he led the Diamondbacks in batting average and RBIs, but still only walked 24 times. And we know from his days with the Red Sox, very aggressive hitter.
Compared to his days with the Red Sox, that's a lot of walks.
24?
Yeah. Hillenbrand now 29 years of age. A swing and a miss, and he strikes out. Bronson Arroyo with his first strikeout of the night.
Well, Bronson right now doing a good job mixing up all his pitches. 3 of the 5 outs have come on the breaking ball. The breaking ball here to pick up the strikeout against Hillenbrand. The other 2 outs have been on fastballs to Vernon Wells and Koski, first pitch fastball hitting.
Two down for Eric Hinsky, who's made the move from third base over to first base. A 1-for-8 start for the former Rookie of the Year in the American League. Now 27 years old. At just .246 last season, 15 homers and 69 runs batted in. Far cry from his first season when he earned the Rookie of the Year honors, hitting 24 homers and 84 runs batted in.
Good numbers, 4 for 9 in his career off Bronson Arroyo.
But all American League third baseman and fielding percentage in the .978 mark last year, committing a career low 8 errors and 357 total chances. With the addition of Corey Koski, they move him across the diamond to first. To left center field, struck well. Ramirez and Damon running, and that will kick off the wall on the scoreboard out there, and Damon gets it back in, but not before Hinsky stands at second with 2 down.
Well, the good numbers get better for Hinsky against Bronson Arroyo. 5 for 10 now. Veritek sets up inside for the breaking ball, but it stays outside, and good opposite field power shown there by Hinsky. I'll tell you what, when those lights are on out there in the gaps with the scoreboard, wow, you lose the baseball completely.
Yeah, very, very bright out there, and a lot of white lettering on there as well. The new bells and whistles here at the Rogers Center. There's Greg Zahn, the Blue Jays catcher. 2 for 11 to begin the season. He's a switch hitter. Hinski's double the first hit of the night for the Toronto Blue Jays off Bronson Arroyo, who had retired the first 5 Blue Jays that he faced out of the gate. This is sort of a late arriving crowd, but as we look to the top deck, it is very, very well populated here tonight, and apparently they do have better than 50,000 here tonight.
Yeah, they do, and hopefully the Red Sox will get a lot of runs early so they can be an early departing crowd. Maybe we can get a cab after the game. I'd say put up about 10 or 11 in the first 5 innings and watch them float out of here.
To be honest with you, in the 5 years that I have done this, I have never seen this place even close to half full.
It used to be like this every day. Every single game.
Greg Zahn swings and lines it into right field, a base hit. Hinski being waved around. He'll score the Blue Jays' first run of the night. An RBI single for Zahn has the Blue Jays on the board.
Little 2-out damage done here by the Blue Jays. The double by Hinski to the opposite field. Now Zahn. Again, a mislocation. You see Veritek was set up away, and that fastball stays inside, and that's usually a pretty good pitch for a lefty to hit. See how much he missed the mark there, and Zahn made him pay.
So after Arroyo had retired the first 5, he gets up a double and a single. Run scored. Here's Gabe Gross. Right fielder 0 for 4 to begin the season. Had an incredible spring training in which he batted .385, led the American League in home runs, had 8 spring training home runs. Former first-round pick for the Toronto Blue Jays. 15th overall back in 2001. In the air to left, Manny Ramirez makes the catch, and the Jays are gone, but they pick up a run in the last half of the second. We've played 2. Boston on top 2-1.
Own a 2005 Camry for $179 a month at Bristol Toyota. This is not a lease, you own it. Drive home a 2005 Toyota Camry for $179 a month now at Bristol Toyota. $179 a month this week at Bristol Toyota.
Ortiz lifts it in the air to deep left field. Looking up, it is gone! Red Sox win 6-5. Walk-off home run. Red Sox win it in the 12th. Strike 3 call. Shill's ready with the 1-2. Hey, struck him out.
Saturday, it's Sox Blue Jays at noon on Nesson.
A 2005 Corolla for $139 a month at Bristol Toyota. This is not a lease, you own it. Drive home a 2005 Toyota Corolla for only $139 a month now at Bristol Toyota. $139 a month this week at Bristol Toyota.
After the last inning, the action is just beginning with W.B. Mason's Extra Innings and Granite City Electric's Extra Innings Extra, featuring game highlights, interviews, and post-game analysis tonight after the game on Nesson.
Red Sox fans galore here in Toronto as always. Up in the hotel and straightaway center field. The Red Sox on top 2-1 as we head to the top half of the 3rd inning. Nixon after the first pitch grounds it foul. Red Sox with a slow start to the season as far as run production. But over the last 3 innings, 7 runs, including the 5 spot they came up with in the 9th inning against the Yankees, the Yankee Stadium on Wednesday.
That's interesting, you know, when your manager is missing, like Terry Francona has been missing for the last couple of games. Whoever takes over that position, in this case is bench coach Brad Mills, they're very respectful of the manager. Today, when Mills was meeting with the media, notice that he would not sit behind that desk.
Yes, he was off to the side.
Off to the side. You never sit behind that desk where the manager sits.
In his meetings with the media at Yankee Stadium, he wasn't even in the office. That office was left empty. It's funny, they asked Brad Mills before the game how he would manage. Would it be his style, or is he thinking along the lines of what Terry Francona would think? And he was quick to say, you know, we're so similar in the way we think about the game that really the same decisions would be made for the most part. We're different people, but he sat next to him long enough to know what the situation would be and what he would do in that situation. The two are very, very close. Nixon pops it up foul off to the left. Breaks on with a long run, but won't have a chance.
Well, as a bench coach, obviously, that's a guy a manager relies on an awful lot, and they constantly, throughout the course of a season, throughout the course of a game, communicating with each other, bouncing ideas off each other. So naturally, when you've been together that long, you think the same way.
Bill Hasselman, the Red Sox bullpen coach, in there alongside as well as he was in New York. Nixon hits it deep and far to right center field. Wells going back, looking up, and it is gone. A solo home run for Trot Nixon, his first of 2005, and the Red Sox lead it 3-1.
I'll tell you what, that makes managing easy. You know, when you have guys hitting home runs like Veritek did, and now like Nixon. Once again, it's the fastball here from Bush, a little tail on it away from Nixon, but it really works into the fat part of the bat. And that ball didn't take long at all to get out of this ballpark. I'll tell you what, they hit that fastball pretty good. The best pitch I've seen from him is that slow curve.
Jason Veritek hit a solo home run last inning. To lead off the inning this inning, Trot Nixon has hit a solo home run to begin things in the third inning. And it brings up Manny Ramirez. Manny walked in the first. Bush walked back-to-back Red Sox hitters in Ramirez and Ortiz in the first. Neither came around to score. He was able to get Millar and Renteria to end the inning. Red Sox have a run in every inning so far. On the ground, diving at third on the backhand is Koski, the long throw. And in time to get Ramirez. And one Hopkinski was able to pick it off the field turf. And Ramirez retired for the first out of the inning.
Man, this play took forever, it seemed like, to develop. Rory Koski at third base goes into the dive, and again, that ball took a bad hop on him. Then by the time he gets up, he can't get the handle. He bounces to first base, and Hinske takes it going back toward the bag, and they still get Manny. Now, Manny was running all the way down the line. This seemed like an awfully slow play developing.
So one out. Here's Ortiz.
One more look at that defensive play. You see Koski down at third base. That bad hop comes up on him. Then he loses the grip on it, bounces at the first base, and they still record the out. Tim McClellan making the call.
Ortiz hits it high in the air to right field. Gabe Gross hit it back shy of the warning track. Makes the catch for the second out of the inning.
He got that ball inside just enough that David Ortiz could not get extended on that swing. Fastball inside. You see Zahn setting inside. Just tied up David just enough so he couldn't get all the power behind it.
So two down in the inning. And it brings up Kevin Millar, who hit a sacrifice fly to left field his first time up. Dave Bush working into the third inning with two down. He was actually a catcher at Wake Forest in his collegiate career, but blossomed as a quality relief pitcher. Ended up saving 15 games for the Demon Deacons in 2001. Was the Devil Rays pick in the fourth round, but elected not to sign. Line foul down the left field line.
And he did start his professional career as a relief pitcher. He's built like a catcher, isn't he?
He is. Inside to Millar. And a count of 3-1. And Renteria waits on deck. Millar laces it foul back into the seats. And the pitch Millar turns on and drives into the stands. Blue Jays making some additions here during the offseason. Corey Koski, Shea Hillenbrand. They also added utility infielder John McDonald out of Providence College. Scott Schoenweiss, left-handed pitcher. This is popped up off first. Eric Hensky ranging over towards the seats. Now back towards the stands with a late lunge to make the catch. A leadoff home run by Trot Nixon, his first of the year. Red Sox lead it 3-1.
History happens here each week on Nesson.
Walk-off home run. Red Sox win it in the 12th.
So why not rewind and catch it again? Granite City Electric's Red Sox Rewind each week on Nesson as host Hazel May recaps the week in Red Sox Nation with game highlights, interviews, team news, and more.
Hey, struck him out.
Rewind the week that was with Granite City Electric's Red Sox Rewind, Monday and Tuesday nights on Nesson.
For 86 years, the Fenway faithful said, wait till next year. Well, after decades of close calls and ground balls, next year finally happened. The Red Sox made the World Series and made history for not only Red Sox Nation, but the entire nation. The home of the world champion Boston Red Sox is Nesson. Every night, every day, and every year, history happens here.
Know the score before the game with Nesson.
We've got you covered 1 hour before and after each game.
Tune in. Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe pregame report for analysis, player features, commentary, and more.
And after the last inning, the action is just beginning.
Stay with Nesson for 1 hour of postgame coverage with WB Mason's Extra Innings and Granite City Electric's Extra Innings Extra.
Nesson, every night, every day, and every year, history happens here.
Tonight after the game, tune in Nesson's Sports Desk, New England's first word on sports, night and day for scores, highlights, interviews, and analysis. Tonight after Sox post-game coverage in mornings 5 to 9.
Third inning, Russ Adams, the shortstop, leads it off for the Blue Jays. The Red Sox now on top 3-1. Adams beginning the season 1 for 5. The strike to Adams.
Adams got 22 games of Major League experience last year for the Blue Jays. Or taking over now as their everyday shortstop.
He had been a September call-up last year for Toronto, spending the entire minor league season with the Syracuse Sky Chiefs. There are the numbers with the Blue Jays in his September work. To right field, struck well. Nixon heading back, looking up, and it's gone. A solo home run for the number 9 hitter, Russ Adams, and it's a 1-run game again. Boston on top 3-2.
Adams had 4 home runs last year in those 22 games. Picks up his first of the season. I believe this is a changeup from Bronson Arroyo. It does appear to be the changeup, and Adams with a line drive home run over that wall in right field.
So now 3 home runs in the game between the two clubs, all of them solo shots. After Veritek and Nixon had homered for the Red Sox, Russ Adams homers for the Blue Jays. (3-2) Red Sox lead. Frank Catalanato. Popped out to the shortstop his first time up. Sharply back into the seats down the third baseline, backing out of play. Bronson Arroyo last season for the Red Sox 10-9 in 29 starts, the 4.03 earned run average. Making his first start of this season tonight. Last year's first full season in the major leagues. Strike 3. Catalanato looks back at Tim Timmons. A strikeout number 2 for Bronson Arroyo.
Well, there have been 2 at-bats tonight for Catalanato, and both times Bronson Arroyo's got him on that breaking ball inside. In his first at-bat, he actually jammed him with that pitch for a little bit of a pop-up to shortstop. Now he gets him on the called third strike. Breaking ball inside again on the 3-2 count.
Catalanato frustrated with his experience tonight. 0 for 2 against Arroyo. Orlando Hudson sends it out towards Bellhorn. 2 down in the inning. Second time Hudson has grounded out to Bellhorn. Vernon Wells, who singled out to, or should say flied out to center field in the first inning.
They got these paper airplanes flying all over the place right now. One just flew behind Bronson Arroyo. The grounds crew, a lot of the grounds crew have been out picking those things up off the field, a lot of them in foul territory.
Part of a giveaway that they had on the seats up there in the upper deck.
It's going to be a disaster before the night's over.
Landed out by Bill Miller at third base.
You know, and the crowd's getting a kick out of it. I mean, big round of applause as that thing stops right in front of Bill Miller.
Arroyo's 2-0 pitch to Wells. In the air to left center field and deep. Ramirez back at the wall, and it is caught by Ramirez in front of the wall on the scoreboard to end the inning. A run for the Blue Jays. The Red Sox on top 3-2 at the end of 3.
Find great car dealers all across Eastern Maine, and everyone has low prices and incentives. So why buy your next vehicle at Down East Toyota? We have Maine's largest selection of new Toyotas, more than 300. Our new 18-car showroom is customer friendly, and we go out of our way to make service convenient for you. But most of all, it's our people. Customers come back year after year and see the same faces. That says a lot about a car dealership. Down East Toyota, Wilson Street and Brewer, buy your next vehicle from a familiar face.
I'm wherever I want to be, as I'm riding on the boulevard. If we want, you can come with me. We can ride on down the boulevard.
Introducing the Suzuki Boulevard line of cruisers. Choose your Boulevard.
See Friend and Friends Suzuki in Ellsworth and Orono and Richard's Sport Shop in Lincoln. ESPN Pay-Per-View Boxing presents 4 great fights on Saturday, April 23rd for only $29.95. Live from Caesars Palace, Las Vegas, Kermit Cintron takes on Antonio Margarito in a welterweight title fight. Sugar Shane Mosley versus David Estrada, plus WBA lightweight champion Juan Diaz versus Ivo Elder, and heavyweights Brock versus McCline.
Call 1-866-3-ADELPHIA for more information.
Tuesday nights on Nixon.
Dan Roach. Our producer is Russ Ken, director Mike Narachi, associate producer Adam Jupiter. Glad you've joined us tonight for the first game of the 3-game series with the Toronto Blue Jays. Edgar Renteria leads it off and carves it foul off to the right. Renteria fly to left his first time up. I'm a fan of a lot of the new additions here at the new Rogers Center, Jerry, but I am not a fan of that scoreboard in left center field right now. Left center and right center.
That's not a problem, obviously, for players on the field. It's awfully bright.
To third base, Koski deep third. And the long throw and plenty of time. Let's find Dan Roach. Dan?
All right, Don, as you know, Terry Francona, as you know by now, is back at home in Boston watching tonight's game, probably here on UPN 38. The players know that as well. I asked them if they'd like to say anything before the game to their manager.
Get well, Tito. Get back here, get well, but take care of yourself first.
Hey, Terry, I wish you get well. You know, I tried putting together a few things, but the guys didn't think it was too appropriate. You know, I wanted to send you a gift basket of whiskey, cigars, and, you know, anything else that might be bad for you. But we'll take care of you soon.
Well, Terry, I just hope you get better so I can rag on you. And if Millsy keeps winning, you're going to be the bench coach.
Guarantee that?
No, I'm just kidding, but we hope to get you back. But that's what I told Millsy. I just want you to be better so I can rag on you and tell you if Millsy's record stays at 1,000, you won't come back till we lose. So we're going to try to win about 15 or 20 in a row.
Now, interesting to note, according to the Elias Sports Bureau, if the Red Sox win tonight's game, Terry Francona would get credit for the victory, not Brad Mills. That would be Tito's 100th victory as manager of the Boston Red Sox. Don and Jerry?
All right, Dan, thank you very much.
I can tell you one thing Tito's not missing is probably listening to Millar from about 2 o'clock in the afternoon to 11 o'clock at night. And maybe even longer than that, right?
Yes. Sometimes you're away from the ballpark and you can still hear Millar in your head. Miller takes a ball, and the count evens at 1-1.
By the way, I thought that was awful of Dan Roach today, trying to manage the club. You know, I mean, he goes up to Mills and says, "Can I have the club tonight?" I mean, come on. I mean, Dan, give me a break.
Dan's fully qualified. Roach, Dan down there, Natalie attired tonight,
keeping notes in case he is called upon.
Strike to Miller, and the count evens at 2-2. Bill Miller single to center field his first time up. Goes the opposite way to left. Catalinato coming on. And he'll make the catch on the liner. A 1-2-3 inning in the first of the night for Dave Bush. With 3.5, Boston on top 3-2.
Looking good. Looking good. Keep working. Keep working. Not on the boat now. Here. You got it? You got it? Yeah. Get in. Get in. Yeah.
Bummer, it's just an 8-footer. Oh, well, throw it back. Yeah.
A bad day in Florida beats a good day almost anywhere else. Fly Southwest Airlines with our $49 internet specials from the Boston area to Florida. Purchased by April 21st. Only at southwest.com.
You are now free to move about the country.
Who do you call when you need a car? 508-880-0000. Lincoln Mercury of Brainerd.
From Geo Metros to Mercedes ML Sport Utilities and everything in between, Lincoln Mercury of Raynham has the largest and widest selection of pre-owned vehicles in southern New England. Call us today.
Lincoln Mercury of Brainerd. 508-880-0000.
Ortiz looks into the air to deep left field. Looking up, it is good! the 1-2. He struck him out.
Saturday, it's Sox Blue Jays at noon on Nesson.
Tune in each week as Granite City Electric's Red Sox Rewind reviews the week that was in Red Sox Nation with player profiles, interviews, game highlights, and more. Monday and Tuesday nights on Nesson. You know how they did that, Don, with soap?
Soap or chalk?
Once again, those Sky Dome hotel rooms booked solid, and for the most part, with Red Sox fans. And that's Sky Dome. Now, what is it still a Sky Dome hotel?
Gotcha. Rogers Center. I don't know.
See?
I don't know.
Maybe
I don't know.
have me.
Well, no, I got you on the Sky Dome, though. Did you just say Sky Dome Hotel, or did you say Sky Dome?
Hotel.
Because I've already said Sky Dome twice.
Now they call it the Renaissance Center, I guess.
Corey Koski grounded out to first base his first time up. Rolls it foul outside of first. Koski 1 for 12 to begin his career with the Toronto Blue Jays. Koski returning home to Canada after spending his entire career with the Minnesota Twins.
He's the 12th Canadian to appear in a game for the Blue Jays in their franchise history.
This is among Canadian-born players, the numbers that he has come up with. Larry Walker is first in every category, right on down the list. Signed as a free agent by the Blue Jays prior to the season. And started the year 0 for 10 until he had a base hit, an RBI single in the 8th inning in the final game of the 3-game series against the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. And after the 2-2, he grounds it foul. Corey Koski, now 31 years of age. Born in Enola, Manitoba, Canada. Resides now in Fort Myers, Florida during the offseason.
On the French side, though, of Fort Myers.
7 seasons for him with the Twins. Golfs it foul off to the left, backing out of play.
Corey Koski, one of the few players in the major leagues that really does choke up on a bat. Now, here's the guy that had 25 home runs a year ago, but still at times will choke up. He's not really down to the end of the bottom of that bat.
On the ground towards Renteria. Throws out Koski for the first out at the bottom of the 4th inning. Wow, very nice. Glad you joined us.
You know they're on TV too. They got that cell phone going. I think Garachi called them to tell them it was going to be on.
LeBrand, a strikeout victim in the first, one of 2 strikeouts. For Bronson Arroyo. LeBrand acquired in a trade from Arizona in exchange for right-handed pitcher Adam Peterson.
Shea didn't exactly leave Boston with grace and dignity, did he?
No, he did not. He had lots to say. Things to say about the general manager, things to say about the media in Boston, the cramped quarters, the parking, some other issues on the way out the door. More paper airplanes hitting the playing surface.
It's a Gulfstream 4 there.
Fouled off to our right. And still 1-2 to Shea Hillenbrand. Shea's now 29 years of age. Was a 10th round pick by the Red Sox. Two seasons with Arizona. 2003 ended up hitting 17 home runs for the Diamondbacks, 15 last year. Skies on to short center field. Damon coming in. Bellhorn going out. The easier play for Johnny. He makes it for out number 2.
One thing you don't have to worry about in this dome is anything hitting the ceiling. That is virtually impossible. You have those problems in Minnesota. You have them at times in Tampa Bay, but you certainly don't have them here.
Five in a row retired by Bronson Arroyo. And here's Eric Hinsky. Hinsky had a double in the second inning and was brought around by a single by Greg Zahn to give the Jays their first run of the night. On the ground right side, Bellhorn from short right throws out Hinsky, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Arroyo, who's now retired 6 in a row. He played 4. Red Sox on top 3-2.
Dodge Grand Caravan, the only minivan with stow and go. Another minivan first from Dodge.
Daddy just had to get a motorcycle, didn't he?
Funny, huh? The lowest price minivan in America, starting under $19,000.
To be successful, you have to keep batters guessing.
I thought you just wanted to get them out.
You do, but you have to keep them off balance.
Sort of like now you see it, now you don't?
Exactly. They may be looking for a fastball, but you end up striking them out because you throw them a slider. It's all about pitch selection.
Wow, what was that?
That was my changeup. At Sullivan Tire, we take the guesswork out of tires and mechanical service by delivering the best customer service in the game.
The world champion Boston Red Sox are coming home. Tune in as they're welcomed back in style at the Welcome Back Dinner, presented by Dunkin' Donuts, featuring player appearances, music, comedy, and more. Tuesday night at 8 on Nesson.
Gas?
Yeah.
Dodge Grand Caravan, the only minivan with stow and go. Another minivan first from Dodge.
Daddy just had to get a motorcycle, didn't he?
Funny, huh?
The lowest price minivan in America, starting under $19,000.
Two things. There's still several 100,000 tickets left, and now is the time to order them. Don't miss the 2005 season at Fenway Park. Call 877-RED SOX 9 or order them online at redsox.com.
Top half of the 5th inning. Mark Bellhorn leading it off. Grounded into a 4-6-3 double play back in the 2nd inning. Bellhorn has hit safely so far in the first 3 games of the season. An unusual route to his .417 coming into tonight's game. In 12 plate appearances, he has 5 hits and 7 strikeouts. So he has either had a hit or a strikeout. But here tonight, grounding into a double play in his first at bat of the night.
They could keep throughout the season what Bellhorn hits for an average when he puts the ball in play. I bet it'd be remarkable.
Had to be extremely good last year as well. Swing and a miss, and he strikes out. That is just the first strikeout of the night for Dave Bush.
That looked like a high changeup that time from Bush. Not exactly where he wanted it, but he goes upstairs and gets Bellhorn to strike out. There is action in the bullpen for the Blue Jays as Brandon League is loosening up.
Dave Bush with his 77th pitch of the night.
That's the second time tonight they have had action out in that bullpen.
Bush has now retired 7 Red Sox in a row. Last Red Sox batter to reach the solo home run by Trot Nixon to begin the top half of the 3rd inning. Came in with a single in the first, came around to score, and then he grounded out to second base in the 2nd inning. In the air to left field, Catalanado there to make the catch for out number 2.
The fans, Red Sox Nation extends to Hollywood, opening in theaters today. Drew Barrymore and Jimmy Fallon star in Fever Pitch. It's a love story about the Red Sox, and several players have roles in the movie. It opens all over the nation today. That's Fever Pitch, in theaters now.
A lot of that movie was filmed up here in Toronto during the winter.
Now, I saw in the USA Today that it got 2 stars. Is that good?
I don't know. It depends what their system is.
I don't know. But it had 2 stars.
Roger Ebert with a thumbs up as this one has popped up foul, back and out of play. Jeffrey Lyons loved it. The New York City movie critic we saw over the weekend, very big Red Sox fan. And a lot of the Red Sox players back for the premiere the other night. Nixon was one of those Red Sox players who went back. And the off day yesterday. A lot of them coming in yesterday, getting ready for this 3-game series.
First time I have seen Bush pitch, and to me his best pitch is his curveball.
On the ground right side, Hudson had been to his left, but he makes a couple of quick steps to his right, throws out Nixon. Red Sox down in order, 9 in a row, retired by Dave Bush. Halfway through this one, Red Sox on top 3-2.
Quality items, great prices, and convenient locations. Extra Mart has all your bases covered. Stop by Extra Cafe for a single cup of our very own gourmet coffee or a double-sized Deli Joe sandwich. Heading for home or running on empty, Extra Mart introduces Extra Fuels, our own premium quality gasoline.
This month, come in for the best in Major League collectibles and trading cards, and enter to win a trip for 2 to the 2005 All-Star Game in Detroit.
Extra Mart is always a home run.
Who do you call when you need a car? 508-880-0000. Lincoln Mercury of Raynham.
From Geo Metros to Mercedes ML Sport Utilities and everything in between, Lincoln Mercury of Raynham has the largest and widest selection of pre-owned vehicles in southern New England. Call us today.
Lincoln Mercury of Raynham. 508-880-0000. Who do you call when you need a car? 508-880-0000. Lincoln Mercury of Raynham.
From Geo Metros to Mercedes ML Sport Utilities and everything in between, Lincoln Mercury of Raynham has the largest and widest selection of pre-owned vehicles in southern New England. Call us today.
Lincoln Mercury of Raynham. 508-880-0000.
After the last inning, the action is just beginning with WB Mason's Extra Innings and Granite City Electric's Extra Innings Extra, featuring game highlights, interviews, and post-game analysis tonight after the game on Nesson.
Last half of the 5th inning, Red Sox on top 3-2. Both starters have settled into their outings as Dave Bush has retired the last 9 Red Sox that he has faced. Bronson Arroyo begins the 5th, having retired the last 6 Toronto Blue Jays. Greg Zahn with a half-hearted swing and a foul tip. Zahn with a single to drive in a run back in the 2nd inning. A well-traveled catcher.
Look back to that 1st inning for the Red Sox when they had the bases loaded and 1 out and only came out of that inning with the 1 run.
Numbers for Arroyo so far: 63 pitches deep. RBI single for Zahn in the 2nd. Solo home run surrendered by Arroyo in the 3rd by Russat. Bronson with 2 strikeouts, no walks tonight. Zahn with a swing and a miss. 3rd strikeout of the night for Bronson Arroyo.
And all 3 strikeouts for Arroyo tonight on the breaking ball. He got Catalanado in the 3rd. He got Hillenbrand in the 2nd. Now Zahn to lead off the 5th. That ball down and in on Greg Zahn. Kind of a blind spot for a left-handed hitter. Once it's down and in and off the plate, left-handers generally lose that pitch. You see it, you swing, it's not there.
This Gabe Gross flied out to left field his first time up. Kurt Schilling here tonight, rejoining the ball club, as Schilling yesterday threw on opening day for the Pawtucket Red Sox at Victory Field in Indianapolis. A tough outings numbers-wise for Kurt, but he was satisfied with the way he threw and felt very good. That's all that's important. He did allow 7 runs on 11 hits and 6 innings pitched. Struck out 6, did not walk anybody, and gave up 2 home runs, but that really wasn't what he was concerned with. It was how he felt, and he felt very good. He was accompanied by Red Sox pitching coach Dave Wallace. Chris Careni, the strength and conditioning coach for the Red Sox. And Kurt right now earmarked for April 13th at home at Fenway Park. He'll be matched up against Jarrett Wright and the New York Yankees.
I guess the weather conditions were not ideal in Indianapolis when he pitched. I know yesterday the Buffalo Bisons were supposed to open their season. They got rained out and played a doubleheader today. But as you mentioned, Don Schilling said no problem with the ankle at all, and he's ready to go against Major League competition.
One popped up. Malai racing over towards the seats. That will get back and out of play. I told you that scoreboard was no good out there in left center field. Johnny Damon ran into it earlier, and he's got some blood on his elbow that has drifted down onto his leg.
If he cut himself out there, I wonder what that would be on. Do they have things, you know, jetting out from the wall? Or is it a seam in the scoreboard?
Tough to tell.
It's like a rough surface.
It's plexiglass, which you wouldn't think would have any seams. This is Ramirez cutting over towards the line to take care of out number 2. Retires Gabe Gross. 8 in a row retired by Arroyo.
That's amazing at Fenway Park, where you have the scoreboard, all kind of bolts coming out of it. You don't have more guys get cut up. The hockey players, they run into plexiglass all the time, right?
All the time.
So what's the big deal?
That one does look like it has ridges though in the middle. But I don't know what you cut yourself on exactly.
Yeah, there's probably gaps in between, you know, the panels, and maybe if you hit it between a panel, you could cut yourself. Tomorrow I'm going to run out there and see if I can cut myself right at the game. I'm more worried about burning yourself.
Well, you'd think that would get a little hot. It was very bright. There's one in left center, one in right center. There's Russ Adams, who homered his first at bat, the number 9 hitter and shortstop for the Jays. His first home run of the season, the 5th of his very brief major league career. Had 13 homers in 3 minor league seasons. Look at those minor league numbers. 322 minor league games. In Dunedin, A-ball, AA in New Haven, and AAA in Syracuse. Quick rise to the Toronto Blue Jays system. A year apiece at the minor league level, and then moved up to Toronto as a September call-up last year in 22 games, and now they're starting shortstop.
Taken all the way, too, on the 3-1 pitch to run the count full, making Arroyo work. It's been very easy for Bronson over the last couple of innings.
Ball 4, and he walks it. First walk of the night given up by Arroyo. The former Cape Cod League MVP. It's Adams, the top prospect at All-Star Game and MVP 2001. First with 2 downs. Frank Catalanato, the top of the Blue Jays order, stands in. It's popped to short and struck out.
Good size lead at first base by Adams. He's got that 1 foot on the carpet.
The 80th pitch of the night, Bronson Arroyo.
That's Bronson Arroyo, one of the toughest Red Sox pitches to run on.
The runner is only 4 for 9 against Bronson Arroyo last season.
Under Carlos Tasker, they did absolutely no running at all or sacrificing here. You wonder if in a full season whether it'd be different with Gibbons as manager. Not a lot of speed, though, throughout this lineup.
In on the hands and fisted foul down the left field line. Some places here, I'm going to say it again, Sky Dome. At Rogers Center, you're a good distance from the action. Even in the lower bowl, you can be a long way from the playing surface. A lot of foul ground down the third and first base lines, really into left and right. But an enormous crowd here tonight at the Rogers Center for opening night for the Blue Jays. Full count down to Catalanato. Orlando Hudson waits on deck. Adams at first with 2 down. Fly ball to right center field. Johnny Damon a few steps into right center. And the Blue Jays are gone in the 5th. They leave a base runner. The end of 5. Boston on top, 3-2.
Hi, I'm Roanne from Off Track Betting, celebrating our 25th anniversary, celebrating 25 years of bringing you the lowest prices every night. The lowest prices on the latest and greatest Serta mattresses. The lowest prices every night on Visco foam mattresses, water beds, bunk beds, futon beds, and bedroom furniture. Let Off Track Betting help you find the mattress that's right for you at any one of our 15 convenient locations. Off Track Betting, for over 25 years, the lowest prices every night.
For the largest selection of gas and diesel motorhomes in New England, it's USRV.
On sale at USRV, $399 fixed on select American Coach, Beaver, Fleetwood, Travel Supreme, and more. New Beaver Marquee, $120,000 off, plus $399 fixed. 40-foot Beaver Thunder, $399 fixed, only $967 a month. New Bounder, 36, $399 fixed, only $484 a month.
Quantity, quality, and price. It's USRV. My name is Marty, and we make better deals.
Get ready for a whole new kind of Dodge. Introducing the all-new Magnum SXT with a 3.5-liter high-output engine and all-speed traction control. Open it up and find a tri-fold cargo floor, unique access liftgate, even a powerful Boston acoustic sound system. Dodge Magnum SXT, a whole different ride. Velocity meets versatility. The new Magnum starting at $22,695, only at your Dodge dealer.
Boston Globe Sports Plus. It's sports plus a whole lot more. Now with 2 shows each week featuring news, interviews, and analysis from Boston Globe sports writers. Wednesday through Saturday nights on Nixon.
Sixth inning back at the Rogers Center, and a new pitcher on for Toronto facing Manny Ramirez, Brandon League.
League making his second appearance. In that one appearance against Tampa Bay, gave up a home run to Jorge Cantu, and a cup of coffee last year at the end of the season with the Blue Jays. Appeared in 3 games.
Takes over for David Bush, the starter tonight for the Blue Jays, who went 5 innings. Throwing 85 pitches, 50 for strikes. He allowed 4 hits, 3 runs, including 2 home runs, a solo shot by Veritek, and the solo home run by Trot Nixon. He walked 2 and struck out 1. He's on the hook. The Red Sox on top 3-2. Strike to Ramirez, who has a look for Tim Timmons.
Yeah, Manny thought that ball was down and away on the 3-0 count. The closest League has been to the plate yet. I think Manny might have a gripe there.
Fouled off to the right, and a full count now to Ramirez. And then he walked in the first and grounded out to third base in the 3rd inning. Brandon League, only 22 years of age. Walks Ramirez. The out-of-town scores are brought to you by your Boston area Volvo retailers. Volvo, the official car of the Boston Red Sox. The Orioles on a 2-run home run from Brian Roberts on top 6-1 over the Yankees tonight in the 5th. Cleveland with a 2-1 lead over the Tigers in Detroit. 2-2 the A's and the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. Devil Rays beginning the season with a 9-game homestand. El Duque on the mound tonight for the White Sox. Chicago on top of Minnesota 1-0 in the first. Texas at Seattle tonight. Kansas City playing at Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Paul Bird making his debut there tonight for the Angels. 3 in the 12th inning for the Brewers to beat the Chicago Cubs 6-3 at Wrigley Field today. 3 in the 8th for the Cardinals, who win 6-5. Line to center field and in for a hit for David Ortiz. Up to second base goes Manny Ramirez, and the first 2 have reached for the Red Sox here in the 6th. Rest of the scores, the Braves on top of the Mets 2-1 in the 4th inning in Atlanta. Miguel Cabrera's solo home run for the Marlins, who lead 2-0. The Nationals in the 4th inning. Roger Clemens on the mound tonight for the Astros, who enjoy a 1-0 lead over the Reds in the 3rd inning. The Dodgers and Arizona Diamondbacks scoreless. Pittsburgh will be at San Diego. Colorado at San Francisco. And that is the schedule. American League and National League. Brought to you by Volvo.
Brandon League has thrown about 3 pitches, if our gun is correct, at 98 miles an hour. 2 of those were to David Ortiz. Ortiz with the base hit on a 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
On the ground and through into left field for Kevin Millar. The third base goes Ramirez, and the Red Sox have him loaded with nobody out. Throw comes to the plate from left field by Catalinato. So a walk and a pair of singles, and the Red Sox have him loaded.
Ground ball between third and short with nobody out. Dale Swain certainly going to hold up Ramirez at third base, and the Red Sox have another opportunity here with bases loaded. So all fastballs have been 95 plus, but not fooling anybody. A walk and then 2 base hits to Ortiz and Kevin Millar. And that will get some quick action up again in the Blue Jay bullpen.
So the Blue Jays just trailing by a run. They're their first reliever out of the bullpen after their starter Dave Bush had retired 9 Red Sox in a row. Vinny Chalk now up in the bullpen. Brandon League walking Ramirez, giving up a single to center to David Ortiz. Ground ball through the left side into left field for Millar. And the bases are loaded with nobody out for Edgar Renteria. Renteria is flied to left and grounded out to third base. So it's chopped off the plate. League coming off the mound comes home with it for the force out there to retire Ramirez.
Yeah, pretty good play there by League. He gets a big high bounce, but he doesn't panic. You know, a lot of times you see a pitcher charge this ball, rush it, and end up throwing the ball away. But the League gets over there. It's almost like catching a fly ball in the throw home, and they have Manny Easy at home plate on the force play.
The base is loaded with 1 out for Jason Veritek. At the home run in the second inning, his second home run of the year. Never hit a grand slam in his career. Ortiz at third, Millar at second base, and Renteria at first. Chopped up over the mound. Hudson at second to second for 1. No play at first and a run in. David Ortiz in the back door with the 4th Boston run, and the Red Sox lead it 4-2.
Now from that area there, I mean, Hudson makes a nice play just to get to the ball, but there's no way they can get a double play. See that ball stayed down. It hit the dirt part and then just stayed down on Hudson. Makes a nice flip to get the force out on Renteria, but no chance at a double play, so the Red Sox do get a run.
So runners at the corners now for Bill Miller. Miller 1 for 2 tonight. He singled in the second inning and lined out to left field in the 4th.
Hey, you got to think, you know, with that old turf they had here, that ball might have been in center field for a base hit. This stuff's a little bit slower. Timeout as they want Hinsky to play behind Veritek at first base.
.97 miles per hour that time from Brandon League.
I don't think he's thrown anything but fastballs so far in this game.
He's 22 years old. Short, diving is Adams. He'll flip to second base where Hudson covers. A hot shot, but picked by Adams. Red Sox add a run, 5.5 deep into this one. Boston on top, 4-2.
travelers, we got you something. Southwest has new leather seats and roomier cabins for more comfortable flights.
I love leather.
You are now free to move about the country.
So, what do you think? In the time it takes to take out the trash, you could save hundreds on car insurance. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Let's get campy.
New clothes are fun, but they won't save you money on car insurance.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Why haven't you called Geico?
After a whole winter of celebrating, the Red Sox have heard from fans all over New England, the United States, and beyond. Now there's a way to officially register as a citizen of Red Sox Nation. Become a card-carrying member by visiting RedSox.com and enjoy the benefits of the official Red Sox Nation citizenship program. Now that first guy that we had on with the Red Sox shirt on and the chain, yeah, he looks like the singer on American Idol. Have you seen him?
I have not, no.
He looks just like him. He hung on. Yeah, this guy right here. He looks like, I forget the guy's name, but he just hung on this week. He was in the bottom two, and he remains for another week, but he looks just like that guy. I don't think this guy sings as good as him.
No. Orlando Hudson leading it off. Pitch number 85 from Bronson Arroyo. Hudson 0 for 2. He's grounded out twice to second base. As Arroyo now in the mid-80s in his pitch count, Red Sox do have action. John Halama, the left-hander, up in the Boston bullpen. Bronson Arroyo has struck out 3 through the first 5 innings. He's walked 1. Given up 2 runs on 3 hits, including a solo home run by Russ Adams, the Blue Jays shortstop. On the ground to first. Millar has got it, and he will take it alone for the inning's first out.
One of the dangers in the infield when you have a artificial surface and you have those cutouts where the dirt is, sometimes you get some funny hops off that dirt area. You know, Tampa Bay, the whole infield is dirt, but they have this surface, you know, for the grass part of the field. But you always see some kind of crazy hops off that dirt area. That time Millar down to 1 knee to make sure.
How about the ridges, too, around it?
Yeah, you can get a bad hop off that, but I'll tell you what, it's better than that old stuff they had. You can get killed on that stuff. The seams in this place were unbelievable.
Vernon Wells 0 for 2. He's flying to center and to left. Flying to the warning track back in the 3rd inning. Hopped up foul. Veritek comes back, but that'll be back into the seats.
And I'd love to see a foul ball go into this booth to our right.
Why is that?
You probably wake about 50 people up.
They are not paying attention to the game in the least.
It's the mucky muck booth I call it. It'll be the only game they're at all season long, and out of maybe 50 people, 3 will pay attention to the game.
Major social event.
It's the mucky mucks.
By the mound, Bellhorn. Deep second base, throws out Vernon Wells. 2 down.
Well, Bronson Arroyo has certainly been on target since the home run to Adams back in the 3rd. That was on a changeup. Since then, nothing for the Blue Jays.
Two down, 3 in a row. Retired by Bronson Arroyo. There's Corey Koskiew's grounded out to first and bounced to shortstop. Blue Jays hoping their offense can be better this season. They ranked 12th in the American League last year, collectively hitting .260, and that was with Carlos Delgado. John Gibbons hoping that the new additions can add some more pop in his offense. They scored 719 runs. A swing and a miss by Koski. Strikes out an 11-pitch 1-2-3 inning for Arroyo. Through 6. Red Sox on top 4-2.
They don't care that Valero Energy Corporation is the nation's largest independent refiner, or that we're an industry leader in the production of environmentally clean energy products, or that our 4,600 stores market food and fuel to keep most of North America going. They just know that among the thousands of Valero employees who volunteer for community service every day, there's one who has energy to spare. For them, Valero, the energy to take you anywhere.
Who do you call when you need a car? 508-880-0000. Lincoln Mercury of Raynham.
From Geo Metros to Mercedes ML Sport Utilities and everything in between, Lincoln Mercury of Raynham has the largest and widest selection of pre-owned vehicles in southern New England. Call us today.
Lincoln Mercury of Raynham. 508-880-0000.
History happens here each week on Nesson. So why not rewind and catch it again? Granite City Electric's Red Sox Rewind each week on Nesson as host Hazel May recaps the week in Red Sox Nation with game highlights, interviews, team news, and more.
Struck him out.
Rewind the week that was with Granite City Electric's Red Sox Rewind, Monday and Tuesday nights on Nesson.
Back at the Rogers Center as we enter the 7th inning. The Red Sox on top 4-2. Don Orsillo and Jerry Remy along with Dan Roach. Glad you've joined us for the first game of this 3-game series between the Red Sox and the Blue Jays. First meeting of the year of 18 games between the two clubs. Red Sox last year 14-5 against the Toronto Blue Jays. Mark Bellhorn taking a strike. Bellhorn is grounded into a double play and struck out swinging. There's the only strikeout tonight for the Red Sox. Red Sox been making contact. 3 walks tonight for Blue Jays pitching.
That looked like a slider that time. I believe that's the first breaking ball we've seen from League. Back to the fastball there at 96.
League from Sacramento, California. Blue Jays 2nd-round pick in 2001. Held on to by Greg Zahn, hoping for a strike 3 call. This one grounded left side. Koski cut it off and throw in time to get Bellhorn for the first out. Let's check in with Dan Roach. Dan?
All right, thank you very much, Don. It's time now for the Citizens Bank Not Your Typical Fan, and we're joined by Jesse Grass here in Toronto. And we're up here where Jason Veritek's home run hit in the 2nd inning. Where did it hit, Jesse?
Just like 2 feet over there.
I can tell you guys, this is a high seat as people start to throw peanuts at us, which is very nice. We're up in the peanut gallery. How long have you been a Red Sox fan?
For about 10 years.
How many times do you come see him play here often?
Pardon me?
Do you come see him play here often?
I try to get to like 3 games a year when they show up.
What'd you think of last year and then finally winning it all?
It was amazing. It's the best time of my life.
Absolutely amazing. And Don and Jerry, I can tell you it's absolutely amazing being up here. How high it is. As Donnie, you mentioned earlier in the game how high some of these seats are. This is absolutely ridiculous. Guys, let's go back to you.
All right, Dan, thank you very much. And you're at the beginning of that section. If you can imagine going all the way to the back up there in the top, I mean, they are very far in a lot of these seats up there and very high in what is a huge crowd on hand here tonight at Sky Dome to welcome the Blue Jays back home for their home opener. There's Trot Nixon after Johnny Damon. Good credit for a single. Orikoski diving to his left, and it kicked out towards shortstop, and Damon's at first with one down.
The thing that kind of jumps out at me is every Red Sox fan we see has got tattoos. It's been a big off-season for tats.
I wonder how many people got Red Sox championship tattoos during the offseason.
I'll bet they did pretty well with a lot of those.
Did you contemplate getting one?
No, my skin is starting to sag. It wouldn't look very good on me.
A check on Damon. Crosses over to get back to the bag.
Yeah, he's got tats. That's the singer from American Idol. He's got them all over the place.
He likes the forearm. He's got one on the right and the left. I'm thinking about big Red Sox tat on my neck. Back to the mound. League fires it into right center field. Damon heading for third as it's gathered by Vernon Wells in center. And a hard-throwing relief pitcher jets it into center field.
You know, when you see a throw like that from the pitcher to second base, you got to wonder if he was sure of who he was throwing the ball to. You know, infields will tell a pitcher, I got the bag, and right here, the shortstop's supposed to have the bag. He's throwing it to Orlando Hudson. I mean, that didn't miss by much, only by about 20 feet from his target. But he just picked up Hudson. He's thinking he's going to the bag, and he throws it to him when it's the shortstop who had the responsibility of covering the bag. So miscommunication there.
He's charged with the error that gets Damon to third base. Runners at the corners, one down. And he has walked twice tonight, wrapped around a ground out to third base. Damon at third, Nixon at first with one out. Red Sox trying to pad what is a 2-run lead as they bat here in the 7th. The Red Sox are just 7 for 36 with men in scoring position on the season. And 1 for 5 tonight. Left side and throw into left field. From third comes Johnny Damon, and the Red Sox lead it 5-2. An RBI single for Manny Ramirez.
Now, you can't give good hitting teams breaks, and that's certainly what happened here. I mean, it could have been a double play to get out of this inning for League. Instead, he doesn't know who he's throwing the ball to at second base, gives the Red Sox a chance, and now Manny takes advantage of that. Top spin ground ball quickly through the infield, and Manny picks up his second RBI of the season.
On the single up to second base went Nixon. So 2 on, 1 away for David Ortiz. David's been on base twice tonight. A walk in the first, fly to right in the third, single to center in the 6th. And time called as something has come on the field in right field. So paper. Security handling the situation out there in right. David Ortiz ready to go.
Got to be careful how you squeeze the Charmin.
Low and 2 to Ortiz. Sox and Blue Jays with 2 games left in the series. David Wells against Roy Halladay. And the game here tomorrow afternoon, a 1:05 start time from Rogers Center. Halladay already a winner this season, 1-0. And then in the final game of the series on Sunday afternoon, Matt Clement against Ted Lilly. The left-hander will be activated for that game on Sunday. 12-10 a year ago and turned in an outstanding game against the Red Sox. The 2-2. Ortiz hits it in the air to deep left center field. Catalinato heading back at the wall, and that ball will be off the wall. Nixon coming around to score. Behind him is Ramirez. Nixon scores. Ramirez will stop at third. The Red Sox get a run on the RBI double by David Ortiz. The Red Sox lead it 6-2.
David Ortiz has had some great swings in this game tonight, and again showing his opposite field power. A collision out here between Catalinato and Wells as they chase the ball at that 375 scoreboard. At Fenway Park, that ball's up in the net. There's the collision between Catalinato and Wells. Looks like Catalinato got hurt a little bit on that.
John Gibbons out to get Brandon Lee. Reliever for the Toronto Blue Jays. His night is over. Jays will go back to the pen. 2-run seventh so far for the Red Sox. Boston now on top 6-2.
Did you guys hear about Johnson? He bought a brand new HD TV and didn't get the HD service to go with it.
What was he thinking? You should get HD service. I didn't know that. Did you know that? I'm new here.
You got to have the best HD service to get the most out of your HD TV. So get HD service from Adelphia with lots of great channels in HD. You can't get that with just a dish. Order digital cable and get digital bronze with DVR service free for the first month.
Wow.
The new fresh toasted Absolute Angus Steak Sub. Mouth-watering Angus steak, freshly baked bread, crisp, fresh vegetables, and toasted to perfection. Subway, eat fresh.
Every Sunday, for just $8.99, get 2 fresh-made regular sandwiches. That's 2 feet of fresh-made taste made right before your eyes. With delicious meats, crisp veggies on fresh-baked gourmet bread. Every Sunday, 2 foot-long sandwiches for just $8.99.
Every race is a need to win. I am a champion. I choose Suzuki.
Try to rewrite the record book. I am a champion. I choose Suzuki.
I want to go as fast as I can. Everything else you can forget about. I am a champion. I choose Suzuki.
I love what I do. I take it serious. I am a champion. I choose Suzuki.
I am a champion.
I am a champion. I choose Suzuki.
See Friend and Friends Suzuki in Ellsworth and Orono and Richard's Sport Shop in Lincoln.
Game after an inning and a third, so far touched for 3 runs. Still responsible for the 2 men on. See the second Jays reliever of the night, Vinny Chalk.
First appearance of this season, 47 last year. Did have a couple of saves. They used about 4 or 5 different guys to trying to close out games last year. Now, League really hurt himself in this inning with that throwing error to second base.
The infield in for the Blue Jays with runners at second and third and 1 down. As Millar takes the first pitch strike. The Red Sox have scored 18 runs on the season, 10 of which have come from the 7th inning or later. To third base. Koski looks the runner back and throws out Millar.
Oh, Manny almost got trapped down at third base on contact. He took about 2 or 3 steps toward home plate, and Koski was not that far away from him when he made the catch. Koski's going to take a peek at him, but Manny's able to get back. Hey, Manny stops there, starts back to the bag. Now Koski has to go to first base. I don't think Manny was going on contact. He just took a couple of steps on contact.
Manny remains at third. Ortiz at second. 2 outs, and here's Edgar Renteria, an 0 for 3 showing tonight. Vinny Chalk out there for the Blue Jays. Began last year at AAA Syracuse. Was recalled first on May 26th. And spent the rest of the season with the Jays. 1-3 and 47 relief appearances for Toronto last year. Originally a Toronto Blue Jays 12th round pick back in 2001. On the ground to his right. Hudson on the backhand. Throws out Renteria, and the Red Sox are gone, but they add a pair. 7th inning stretch time from the Rogers Center in Toronto. The Red Sox on top 6-2.
Now that you've seen it, it's time to drive it. The all-new redesigned 2005 Jetta, starting at just $17,900 at Scott Volkswagen in East Providence. That's right, only $17,900 now at Scott Volkswagen in East Providence.
The world champion Boston Red Sox are coming home. Tune in as their welcome back in style at the Welcome Back Dinner, presented by Dunkin' Donuts, featuring player appearances, music, comedy, and more. Tuesday night at 8 on Nixon. Can't catch your Sox in time? At midnight on game nights, tune in Red Sox in 2, an edited down 2-hour replay of the Sox game. So keep track of your Sox around the clock with Red Sox in 2. History happens here each week on Nesson.
Red Sox win it in the 12th.
So why not rewind and catch it again? Granite City Electric's Red Sox Rewind each week on Nesson as host Hazel May recaps the week in Red Sox Nation with game highlights, interviews, team news, and more.
They struck him out.
Rewind the week that was with Granite City Electric's Red Sox Rewind, Monday and Tuesday nights on Nesson.
You've waited. You've been patient. Now it's here. Introducing the all-new redesigned 2005 Jetta. Preview it now at Scott Volkswagen in East Providence.
Know the score before the game with the only 1-hour pregame show in the majors. Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe pregame report. 1 hour before game time on Nixon.
6 strong tonight from Bronson Arroyo, who surrenders only 3 hits, 2 runs, walk and 4 strikeouts. 95 pitches tonight, 61 for strikes. And Arroyo wraps things up by retiring the last 4 Toronto Blue Jays that he faced in the game before departing. As we head to the last half of the 7th inning, the Red Sox bring on lefty Alan Embry.
Embry already making his 4th appearance of the season, working a total of 2 innings, giving up 1 earned run. His last outing Wednesday against the Yankees, 2/3 in that game. Did give up the earned run in that game against New York.
Arroyo did allow a home run, a solo shot by Russ Adams back in the 3rd inning. It's 6 innings and just 2 runs from Arroyo. Chance for his first victory of 2005 as Shea Hillenbrand leads it off in the bottom of the 7th inning. Hillenbrand has struck out swinging and flied to center field.
Mentioned last year that Hillenbrand with that .310 average led the Diamondbacks. Also with 80 runs batted in, he was the team leader in that category. Moved from 3rd base over to 1st base.
Lives in Arizona during the offseason, so had a chance to play really at home. And now here in Toronto. His 3rd major league stop. Embry behind 3-0. Hillenbrand taken all the way, and he takes it for a strike.
Of course, both bullpens are very rested as each team had yesterday off. The Blue Jays opened a 3-game series with the Devil Rays, and the Red Sox having yesterday off also.
Fouled off to the right, and a full count now. I mentioned the batting average for him. He ranked 3rd in the National League in home batting average last year. Bank One ballpark had a .347 home batting average. In the air to short right field. Out goes Bellhorn. In comes Nixon. Trot calls him off and makes the catch for the first out of the inning. So Embry retires Hillenbrand for the first out here in the 7th. And it brings up Eric Hinsky, who doubled in the 2nd inning. Grounded out to second base in the 4th.
Hinsky last year actually had a higher batting average against lefties, 268, 236 against righties.
Trying to put together the numbers that he did in his Rookie of the Year season. Not been able to match them, although last year's best defensive season he committed just one error in the first 76 games at third base. See the numbers for him since that rookie season. To right field, struck well. Line drive that will carry out of here. Second home run of the young season for Eric Hinsky. It's a 6-3 Boston lead.
Told you the numbers last year against lefties, and he turned this one around in a hurry. Seabrook said he wants his ball away, but the ball stays inside. A mislocation there by Embry. He knows it, and Hinsky quickly delivers with the line drive home run.
There's Greg Zahn, 1 for 2 in the game tonight.
The Red Sox pitching has not made many mistakes in this game tonight, but when they have made one, the Blue Jays have jumped all over it.
The Jays with 2 home runs. Russ Adams now joined by Eric Hinsky. Red Sox bullpen has allowed 6 runs in 4 games so far in the season. Only seen Alan Embry out of that Boston bullpen tonight so far. After Bronson, Arroyo went 6 strong, giving up just 3 hits and 2 runs. Greg Zahn with a single in the 2nd inning. He struck out swinging in the 5th. A strike.
Alex Rios has come out on deck to hit for Gross. Fine rookie season last year for Rios.
Embry's 2-2. In the air to shallow center. Damon racing in, Bellhorn out. Bellhorn will make the catch with Damon in behind him. And there's 2 down in the inning. Here comes Rios to pinch hit for Gabe Gross. Last season ranking first among American League rookies. Multi-hit games, triples, and stolen bases. 15 thefts last year. Starts off behind. And look at the rookie ranks from a year ago for Alex Rios. Outfield assists at 11 of them, 777. In the left field, a base hit. So a pinch hit single with 2 down. Another pinch hitter appears to be coming up.
Yeah, they're going to keep running those right-handers up against Emery. Rios with the base hit on a breaking ball, and now Menachino is going to come up to hit for Adams.
Well, Menachino last year hit in the leadoff spot, some for Toronto. Had 4 leadoff home runs last year in 2004. Overall, 324 batting average last year. 7 homers and 12 runs batted in. Formerly the Oakland Athletics, Frank Menachino, a pinch hitter with 2 down and a runner at first. Johnson has come on deck now. He would be another pinch hitter if he has a chance to bat. There are 2 outs in the inning. He'll be batting in Catalanato's spot, who's scheduled to bat next. As the Blue Jays pinch hitters trying to mount something here with 2 down in the inning. They already have a run in. The home run by Eric Hinsky. By Timlin warming in the Red Sox bullpen. In the air down the right field line. Nixon on the run, but that'll make its way foul. Menachino coming to the Blue Jays May 13th of last season for cash considerations. Got 72 games with the Blue Jays last year. Member of the Oakland A's for parts of 7 seasons. Runner off, and Menachino lines it. Snared at shortstop by Renteria. Diving to his left, he picks it to end the inning. The Jays get a run back on the home run by Eric Hinsky. The end of 7. The Red Sox on top 6-3.
Maybe this isn't the best time to say it, but I think you're really beautiful.
Well, I've always been attracted to you too, Paul.
Wait, hold on one sec, babe. Excuse me?
Want to get away? Now you can. Go to Southwest.com for Southwest Airlines' $39 internet specials from Manchester or Providence to BWI Airport. Purchased by April 21st.
You are now free to move about the country.
What's tough? Ford Super Duty. It has something no other truck has. An integrated tow command trailer brake system. With Super Duty, you not only get the best-in-class power, payload, and towing, you get to keep it all in control.
Get up to $3,000 total savings or 0.9% financing on the Built Ford Tough Super Duty. That's up to $3,000 total savings or 0.9% financing on the best-selling truck for 28 straight years.
Find out the truth about trucks at your New England Ford dealer.
The world champion Boston Red Sox are coming home. Tune in as their welcome back in style at the Welcome Back Dinner, presented by Dunkin' Donuts, featuring player appearances, music, comedy, and more. Tuesday night at 8 on Nesson. Can't catch your Sox in time? At midnight on game nights, tune in Red Sox in 2, an edited down 2-hour replay of the Sox game. So keep track of your Sox around the clock with Red Sox in 2.
Back at the Rogers Center, the Red Sox on top 6-3 as we head to the top of the 8th. Defensive changes for the Blue Jays. After some pinch hitting, Alex Rios takes over in right field for Gabe Gross. And after Menachino hit for Russ Adams, he plays defensively at shortstop. Vinny Chalk, right-handed reliever for Toronto, back on the mound, and he deals with Jason Veritek in the bottom third of the Red Sox order here in the 8th. Veritek hit his second home run of the season back in the second inning. Two RBI night tonight for Veritek and a ground out. In the sixth inning, he scored David Ortiz. He choked the third Toronto pitcher of the night. Dave Bush, a starter, gave up 3 runs in 5 innings. Brandon League, an inning and a third, allowed 3 Boston runs. And since Chalk came into the game, he retired the only 2 Red Sox he faced last inning. Foul tip to the catcher's mitt.
I'll tell you one thing, there's been some pretty good fastballs coming out of that bullpen tonight. League anywhere from 95 to 98. Chalk last pitch at 95 miles an hour.
Full count now to Veritek. In the dirt, ball 4, and a leadoff walk for Jason Veritek.
I don't know, it seems strange to me when you go to fastball at 95 and you go to a 3-2 changeup. Not even close with it, and he ends up walking Veritek. Did we come on the air after the anthems were played tonight?
Yes, we did.
Well, I'll tell you what, you missed something special tonight. Slash playing the guitar version of both the United States national anthem and the Canadian national anthem.
Former Guns N' Roses lead guitarist.
Reminded me of Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
You're too young for Jimi Hendrix, but it's something you would expect Hendrix to do, you know? Very well done.
He looks the same. Kind of an unusual choice. I'm not sure he's Canadian.
He brought the house down, I can tell you that.
Check on Veritek, who has to scamper back to the bag.
Well, they just tell us that Slash is touring through Canada with Velvet Revolver, one of my favorite groups. So very well known in the area here. And very well received, though. And it was a nice job. He did a very nice job with both anthems.
You're going to be traveling with Velvet Revolver during the winter?
I'm trying to get one of their CDs now and have Adam download it on my iPod. I have an iPod now.
You do?
I don't know how to download it. My kid did it for me, but see, if I ever buy a new CD, then maybe Adam can do it for me on my new iPod. There must be a store on the way home we can stop and get a Velvet. What is it? What's the name?
Velvet Revolver.
Yeah, you must have a CD out.
You plan your whole winter around seeing Velvet Revolver.
And I wonder if they were playing last night. We had an off night. I didn't even know.
Well, slaps the 1-2 foul back into the seats.
What happened to the lead singer in
Axl Rose kind of disappeared.
Is he still alive?
He is still alive. But not seen a lot of Axl. You talk about band.
I saw Axl one day at Fenway. Yeah, he stopped in the booth. He looked like he had some tough times. Jason Frazier loosening up in the bullpen for the Jays.
Right side to the backhand goes Hinsky. The second for one, back to first. The double play. Schultz covered, and they turned it 3-6-1 in the twin killing.
Tell you what, Jason Veritek didn't get 3 feet off the first base bag. That's how quickly this thing developed. There's Hinsky, former third baseman. Veritek stops. I don't know why, and then he had no chance to get to second base anyway to break it up. This thing is kind of peeled off, and they get the double play. It's almost like Jason expected Hinsky to try to tag him.
There's Mark Bellhorn. 0 for 3 tonight. He was grounded into a double play, struck out swinging, and grounded out. If you remember Guns N' Roses, he went pretty hard there for pretty while, but he also fizzled out pretty quickly, too.
It's, you know, you hear about football coaches burning out and stuff like that, but, you know, groups like that, they burn out in a hurry. You know, life's tough like on the road like that all the time. It was actually scary when they were in the booth behind us. There were about 3 of them, and I turned around. I had no clue who they were. And they're really, like, they're scary looking.
1-2. Slash still gets the good lid. Wish him and his band Velvet Revolver the best. As they tore through Canada. 2-2. Bellhorn strikes out for the second time tonight. The Red Sox gone in the 8th. We head to the bottom of the 8th. Boston on top 6-3.
First Acura, Rhode Island and southeastern Massachusetts' #1 dealer, has over 200 Acuras available for a spectacular spring savings event. In addition, First Acura will provide their exclusive Life Care Protection Package that includes extended powertrain coverage, tires for life, and price protection guarantee, all at no cost to you. Only First Acura offers this much car with this much peace of mind. Come visit our state-of-the-art facility and experience firsthand why First Acura is this area's #1 Acura dealer. Located next to Alpert's on Route 6 in Seacount, First Acura, open 7 days a week.
History happens here each week on Nesson. So why not rewind and catch it again? Granite City Electric's Red Sox Rewind each week on Nesson as host Hazel May recaps the week in Red Sox Nation with game highlights, interviews, team news, and more. Rewind the week that was with Granite City Electric's Red Sox Rewind, Monday and Tuesday nights on Nesson.
Ortiz lifts it in the air to deep left field. Looking up, it is gone! Red Sox win 6-5. Walk-off home run. Red Sox win it in the 12th. Strike 3 call. Shill's ready with the 1-2. Hey, struck him out.
Saturday, it's Sox Blue Jays at noon on Nesson.
Time now for Dunkin' Donuts. Bring yourself back. All season long on UPN 38, we'll give away a pair of Red Sox tickets and a Dunkin' Donuts gift card to a lucky fan in the stands, all courtesy of Dunkin' Donuts. There's Dan Roach making the presentation for tonight's lucky winners. Dunkin' Donuts bringing Red Sox Nation back to Fenway Park. Dan Bears gifts. 6-3. Red Sox on top as we head to the bottom of the 8th. As Embry was warming up, here comes Brad Mills now.
Now, they made a change in the hitting department. They sent up a pinch hitter for Catalanato, a right-hander, so that's when Brad Mills comes out to make the switch to Mike Timlin.
So with the pitching change, we'll step aside. Mike Timlin making his way in from the bullpen. 6-3 Red Sox.
For 86 years, the Fenway faithful said, wait till next year. Well, after decades of close calls and ground balls, next year finally happened. The Red Sox made the World Series and made history for not only Red Sox Nation, but the entire nation. The home of the world champion Boston Red Sox is Nesson. Every night, every day, and every year, history happens here.
Ortiz lifts it in the air to deep left field. Looking up, it is gone! Red Sox win 6-5. Walk-off home run. Red Sox win it in the 12th. Strike 3 call. Shill's ready with the 1-2. Hey, struck him out.
Saturday, it's Sox Blue Jays at noon on Nesson. History happens here each week on Nesson.
Walk-off home run. Red Sox win it in the 12th.
So why not rewind and catch action again. Granite City Electric's Red Sox Rewind each week on Nesson as host Hazel May recaps the week in Red Sox Nation with game highlights, interviews, team news, and more.
Struck him out.
Rewind the week that was with Granite City Electric's Red Sox Rewind, Monday and Tuesday nights on Nesson.
Red Sox on top 6-3, last of the 8th. Embry done after an inning. Gave up a run on 2 hits. No walks, no strikeouts. Mike Timlin on the pitch to the bottom of the 8th.
Timlin making his 3rd appearance of the season. His last picking up the win Wednesday in New York. 2/3 of an inning in that game for Mike. Plus, Mike started his career here with the Blue Jays. Was here from 1991 through 97.
Reed Johnson, the pinch hit here in the bottom of the 8th. Steps in there for Frank Catalanato, who had been 0 for 3 in the game tonight. Timlin with the first pitch strike. Johnson struggling against right-handers, 266. 312 against lefties. Had 10 home runs last year to match career high.
Also likes to bunt, and that's why Miller at third base about even with the bag.
Fouled off to the right, and he's down 0-2. Reed Johnson, 28 years old, from Riverside, California. His 3rd season with the Blue Jays. Got in 141 games last year and hit .270. Johnson with 10 home runs, 4 of them from the leadoff spot a year ago for the Blue Jays. 2nd straight season he's hit 10 home runs for the Blue Jays. In deep center field, Damon on the run. Back towards the warning track. He'll make the catch as he reaches the base of the warning track for out number 1. Down on the last of the 8th for Orlando Hudson. 0 for 3 tonight. 2 ground outs to second base and a ground out to first. Timlin starts off again ahead with a count of 0-1. Arroyo started tonight for the Red Sox. Went the first 6 innings, giving up 3 hits, 2 runs, including a home run by Russ Adams, their shortstop. He walked 1, struck out 4. Bronson Arroyo threw 95 pitches, 61 for strikes. Embry went an inning, giving up a run on 2 hits. And now Mike Timlin working the bottom of the 8th with 1 down. And 2 strikes to Hudson. Strike 3 call. Hudson knew it. He takes with him the first strikeout of the night from Mike Timlin. Not a fastball, maybe a split-fingered fastball here from Timlin to pick up the strikeout. Either that or a slider. You don't see him throw very many, and hard for me to pick up what that was, but it looked like it might have been a breaking ball. You know, they had set him up with a fastball way away on the 0-2 count. And that pitch catches Hudson looking. Two down for Vernon Wells. And on the ground, the shortstop, Renteria. Throws out Wells, and the Blue Jays go 1-2-3 in the 8th. A perfect inning for Mike Timlin. On to the 9th. Red Sox on top 6-3.
The The world champion Boston Red Sox are coming home. Tune in as they're welcomed back in style at the Welcome Back Dinner, presented by Dunkin' Donuts, featuring player appearances, music, comedy, and more. Tuesday night at 8 on Nixon. Can't catch your Sox in time? At midnight on game nights, tune in Red Sox in 2, an edited down 2-hour replay of the Sox game. So keep track of your Sox around the clock with Red Sox in 2.
Ortiz lifts it in the air to deep left field. Looking up, it is gone! Red Sox win 6-5. Walk-off home run. Red Sox win it in the 12th. Strike 3 call. Shill's ready with the 1-2. Hey, struck him out.
Saturday, it's Sox Blue Jays at noon on Nesson.
For 86 years, the Fenway faithful said, wait till next year. Well, after decades of close calls and ground balls, next year finally happened. The Red Sox made the World Series and made history for not only Red Sox Nation, but the entire nation. The home of the world champion Boston Red Sox is Nesson. Every night, every day, and every year, history happens here.
History happens here each week on Nesson.
Walk-off home run. Red Sox win it in the 12th.
So why not rewind and catch it again? Granite City Electric's Red Sox Rewind each week on Nesson as host Hazel May recaps the week in Red Sox Nation with game highlights, interviews, team news, and more.
Hey, struck him out.
Rewind the week that was with Granite City Electric's Red Sox Rewind, Monday and Tuesday nights on Nesson.
Ninth inning back in Toronto. The new left fielder is Reed Johnson, who had pinch hit for Frank Catalanato. It takes over defensively for him in left field. Johnny Damon slashing away at the first pitch and fouling it back. Johnson has had to handle some debris out there in left field.
There have been a couple of plastic bottles that have been thrown out in his direction.
The strike to Damon has Johnny down 0-2. Damon, Nixon, and Ramirez expected in the top of the ninth. The Red Sox on top by 3 runs. To left field, the new left fielder, Reed Johnson. 1 down.
The Red Sox have spread the offense around pretty nicely tonight. Damon with a couple of hits, Nixon with a home run, Ramirez with a run batted in, Ortiz a couple of hits, Millar right down the line. Veritek, of course, with a home run.
The balanced attack in a Red Sox team that has out-hit the Blue Jays 9-5. Veritek with his second home run of the season, both solo shots. Nixon jolts one towards right center field. Alex Rios ranging over. Blue Jays right fielder there to make the catch. 2 down. Nixon with a home run tonight, hitting his first of 2005 back in the 3rd inning. Red Sox have 2. The Toronto Blue Jays have 2. And all the home runs tonight of the solo variety. Sox, who started slow in the hits and runs department, have 34 hits now over the last 3 games. And a strike to Manny evens a count of 1-1.
Had a couple of opportunities too in this game, bases loaded situations where in those innings, both those innings, they come out with only the 1 run. So this score could be even greater than what it is right now. Tell you one thing, they got some good arms out of that bullpen, the guys we've seen.
They sure do. This is a good arm for the Red Sox. Keith Falk up in the Boston bullpen. It's a 3-run Red Sox lead right now in the top of the 9th with 2 down. away. Manny doesn't chase. And it's 2-2 to Ramirez.
Tough pitch to lay off, too. A little different look that time as Chalk dropped down to the side with the breaking ball. About 3/4.
The only base runner to reach against Chalk was the walk to lead off the 8th by Veritek, and he strikes out Ramirez. Very impressive out of the Blue Jays bullpen. We head to the bottom of the 9th. Red Sox on top 6-3.
Know the score before the game with Nixon.
We've got you covered 1 hour before and after each game.
Tune in. Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe pregame report for analysis, player features, commentary, and more.
And after the last inning, the action is just beginning.
Stay with Nixon for 1 hour of postgame coverage with WB Mason's Extra Innings and Granite City Electric's Extra Innings Extra.
Nixon, every night, every day, and every year, history happens here.
For 86 years, the Fenway faithful said, wait till next year. Well, after decades of close calls and ground balls, next year finally happened. The Red Sox made the World Series and made history for not only Red Sox Nation, but the entire nation. The home of the world champion Boston Red Sox is Nixon. Every night, every day, and every year, history happens here.
The Boston Globe Sports Plus on Nixon. It's sports plus a whole lot more.
Is there any doubt that right now Boston is the capital of the baseball, if not the sports universe?
Tune in each week for sports news and interviews, plus entertaining debate, insight, and commentary you get only from the Boston Globe Sports team.
But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
The Boston Globe Sports Plus on Nixon with 2 shows each week. It's sports plus a whole lot more.
Boston Globe Sports Plus. It's sports plus a whole lot more. Now with 2 shows each week featuring news, interviews, and analysis from Boston Globe sports writers. Wednesday through Saturday nights on Nixon.
Jay Payton taking over in center field for Johnny Damon defensively as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning. A save situation for the Red Sox closer, Keith Folk, into the game.
Folk appearing in his 3rd game, his last outing coming against New York on Wednesday also. That was for an inning, gave up a hit, did have a strikeout.
A 1-2-3 bottom of the 8th inning for Mike Timlin on a flyout, strikeout, and groundout. Takes us to Folk, the 4th pitcher of the night for the Red Sox.
Waiting on Tim McClellan. McClellan was in the dugout for the Blue Jays and now hustling his way back down that first baseline. Old Tim, he threw me out of a game here in Toronto.
Did he?
Yeah, at the old ballpark, Exhibition Stadium. It was great.
Balls and strikes or a close play?
No, I was actually in the field. I don't know what I was complaining about, but he got me.
Corey Koski to lead it off in the 9th. A 3-run lead for Keith Folk to work with here in the 9th. Jay Payton, the new center fielder, step or 2 towards left center, gap in right center as Koski fouls it off at the plate.
It's the 2nd time Timmons has got one off that mask tonight. Very early in the game and now very late in the game. Fastball foul straight back and right off the mask.
Koski 0 for 3 tonight, 2 groundouts and a strikeout. He's just 1 for 14 to begin the season with his new Blue Jays team. Two and two now to Koski.
Saw something here between innings I've never seen here in Blue Jay land, and that's a fan running on the field. And he got absolutely crushed by security.
He didn't get very far either. He barely made it across the foul line down the right field line.
I don't think I have ever seen that up here.
In the right center field, a base hit. Out of the reach of Bellhorn at second base, and the Blue Jays have the lead runner on in the ninth.
Tonight after the game, tune in Nesson's Sports Desk, New England's first word on sports, night and day for scores, highlights, interviews, and analysis. Tonight after Sox post-game coverage in mornings 5 to 9.
Thank you very much. Where was he this time, Jerry? He wasn't in the booth.
No, I was looking around. I can't find him. This booth's big enough, too, where you could hide here somewhere.
Plenty of room here.
But I don't know where Dan was for that report.
Jay Hillenbrand 0 for 3 tonight. A strikeout, 2 flyouts. Left side, deep in the hole. Renteria can knock it down, but that's it. The base hit for Hillenbrand, and the Blue Jays will bring the tying run to the plate with nobody out in the ninth.
Renteria goes to his right. Even if he comes up clean with this, he's not going to have a play anywhere. Koski would have beat it to second base.
Two on, nobody out. Eric Hinsky got a double and a home run tonight. Wrapped around a ground out. Slices the first one foul to the screen.
A dangerous guy to have at the plate. Potentially tying run. Good night for him. You mentioned a double, the home run, a line drive home run.
This enormous Rogers Center crowd back in the game. Wade even the count at 1-1. Last 3-run lead to be blown by a Red Sox closer. Got to go back to June 28th of 2003. Brandon Lyon against the Florida Marlins. Pitch. Hinsky with a swing and a miss. Hold on that pitch.
A very good change up there by Keith Volk. Really had Hinsky off balance. Deep in the palm of the hand. Off balance swing by Hinsky. Good location, down and away. One-two. On the ground up the middle and into center field. Koski being waved around. He'll score. On the third base goes Hillenbrand. And it's 6-4 Boston on top. Still nobody out. Now that's almost the exact same pitch that Hinsky was fooled on. This time he stays back on it. Back-to-back changeups. And Hinsky up the middle for the base hit. So he's had a huge night for the Blue Jays. That's not a bad pitch. That's down and away, but a nice piece of hitting by Hinsky.
Three consecutive hits to begin the bottom of the ninth. A run in. Runners at the corners. Greg Zahn, the Toronto catcher, to bat. Strike one. Zahn 0 for 4 in his career against Keith Volk. Hillenbrand at third, Hinsky at first. for 3 tonight. A single and an RBI back in the second. In the dirt, smothered by Veritek.
Big play there by Veritek, too. That keeps that potential tying run off of second base. Change up again from Folk. Veritek down to his knees, catches the ball, and keeps Hinsky at first base.
Up and away. That one almost got away. Veritek had to come out of the crouch to retrieve it.
This first week of the season has been awfully tough on closes, and a struggle right now for Keith Folk.
Zahn with a swing and a foul tip into the mitt, and a full count now. Well, you're right about the closers. It's been league-wide, baseball-wide. Hillenbrand at third. Hinsky at first. Runner at first leaves. Zahn grounds it foul outside of third. This time Hinsky off with the pitch. Rogers center for the first time tonight. Blue Jays trailed 6-3 coming into the bottom of the ninth. They scored a run. And the tying runners potentially on base. Runners at first and third with nobody out. 3-2 pitch to Zahn. Hinsky goes and it's grounded towards second. Bellhorn has no play at second, so he fires to first. And it's a one-run game now as Hillenbrand scores to make it 6-5 Boston. Now, by sending that runner at first base, they stay away from the double play. They get a run home, and now only trail by one with a man in scoring position. There's Hinsky off with the pitch. No other option for Bellhorn but to go to first base. So the Red Sox do get an out, but now it's a one-run game and the potential tying run in scoring position. Alex Rios, who pinch hit in the seventh, swings and hits it in the air to right. Nixon heading back. He'll make the catch in front of the track. Tagging at second is Hinsky, and he'll head on over to third base. The tying run now just 90 feet away, but there are 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth.
Well, it is the second out, but, you know, he preferred to drive the run home, but he does get the man at third base. And even with 2 outs, any kind of wild pitch past ball, he can score from third base.
The batter will be Frank Menachino, who pinch hit in the 7th inning for Russ Adams and lined out to the shortstop Edgar Renteria. Ball 1 to Menachino.
First breaking ball for Keith Folk.
The first 3 reaching in the inning for the Jays. 2 of them have scored. Since then, a ground out to fly out. 2 down. Potential tying run 90 feet away at third base. Menachino almost got hit. He's ahead 2-0.
Menachino and Folk teammates back with the Oakland Athletics.
Again, and it's 3-0. Reed Johnson waiting on deck. Menachino taking all the way, and he takes strike 1. There's Reed Johnson waiting on deck with 2 down in the bottom of the 9th. The 3-1 pitch. Ball 4, he walks in. Aquino down to first base on the walk. And here comes Dave Wallace.
Has a couple of sliders that Folk threw in that at bat. Both looked like they could have been called strikes, but not getting the call. I think Veritek thought he had a call here. He takes a look back at the home plate umpire.
Dave Wallace out to talk to Keith Folk. About to face his 7th batter of the inning. And Reed Johnson, who came on last inning to pinch hit for Frank Catalanato. He drove one to deep center field that took Damon back to the warning track on the long fly ball out. That was against Mike Timlin in the 8th. Career, he's 0 for 2 against Keith Folk. Has been hit by a pitch. Some drama here in the bottom of the 9th for the Blue Jays. 2 runs in. Potential tying run at third base. Potential winning run now at first with 2 down in the 9th. Strike 1 to Reed Johnson. Jay Payton into right center. Big gap out there in left center field for Johnson. Johnson pops it up. Powell back it out of play. And Folk ahead, 0-2. At third base. Menachino at first. 2 down. Folk with the 0-2. Hits him, and the bases will be loaded. That puts the potential winning run into scoring position.
Well, Folk almost hit Menachino a couple of times with changeups. That time it's an 0-2 fastball that gets Johnson. Now they're going to deal with Hudson. It's Folk's game. Nobody up in the bullpen.
Bases loaded. 2 down for Orlando Hudson. An 0 for 4 showing tonight. Away for ball 1. Hudson 3 groundouts and a strikeout. All 3 groundouts tonight to the right side. Struck out looking against Timlin in the 8th. The 1-0 pitch. Hudson grounds it right side. Bellhorn's got it. On to Millar, and the Red Sox win. The Red Sox able to win as the Blue Jays will leave them loaded. The potential tying run left at third, the potential winning run at second, and Folk gets out of it. Some drama in the 9th, but the Red Sox hold on to win 6-5.
You can relax now, Tito.
How's that resting going?
Bases loaded. Folk going against Hudson. Nice little routine ground ball to Bellhorn at second base. And the Red Sox walk out of here with a tough win. The Red Sox.
Know the score before the game with Nestle Bronson.
We've got you covered 1 hour before and after each game.
Tune in. Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe pregame report for analysis, player features, commentary, and more.
And after the last inning, the action is just beginning.
Stay with Nesson for 1 hour of postgame coverage with W.B. Mason's Extra Innings and Granite City Electric's Extra Innings Extra.
Nesson, every night, every day, and every year, history happens here.
For 86 years, the Fenway faithful said, wait till next year. Well, after decades of close calls and ground balls, next year finally happened. The Red Sox made...
Ask about it at work.
Live from the Rogers Center in Toronto, Ontario, Nesson presents Boston Red Sox baseball. This afternoon, the Red Sox play Game 2 of this 3-game series against the Toronto Blue Jays. Hi, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo, as always, joined by Jerry Remy. Today, we get our second look at a Red Sox uniform at David Wells, a tough first outing against the Yankees.
Well, he did struggle, and he was very disappointed after that game against New York. And one of the problems is really simple to see as we watch some videotape of that game against the New York Yankees, all about location of his pitches. Here you see a fastball right down the middle of the plate to A-Rod. He hits a line drive base hit. The same thing here with Posada, right down about knee high and right over the plate. Now a little cut fastball that doesn't go down and in, just stays out over the plate. And that really, when you look at the game for David Wells, was the biggest problem for him. He's a guy is not overpowering. He needs a great location, and he did not have it against the Yankees. His arm was fine. He said he felt very good, but just could not spot the baseball. And against major league teams, and especially the New York Yankees, if you don't spot the baseball, you're going to have big-time problems.
On the other side today for the Toronto Blue Jays, a guy who won a Cy Young 2 years ago, spent 2 stints on the DL last year. Today we see Roy Halladay.
One of the top pitchers in all of baseball, no question about that. When we look at these numbers, focus in on 2003. That's the year that he made 36 starts, 9 complete games in 266 innings, and won the Cy Young. That was an incredibly heavy workload for him, and I think he paid the price for it last season, spending, as you mentioned, Don, 2 stints on the disabled list with tenderness in his shoulder. But when this guy's on, he's one of the top in the game. Now, Red Sox hitters today, Ron Jackson was saying before the ball game, the key to beating Halladay is thinking about taking him to the opposite field. And so we've done that. We've beat him up pretty good. When we try to pull him, we've had big-time problems.
The Red Sox were able to take the first game of the series last night. They look to get Game 2 next on Nesson.
Who do you call when you need a car? 508-880-0000. Lincoln Mercury of Raynham.
From Geo Metros to Mercedes ML Sport Utilities and everything in between, Lincoln Mercury of Raynham has the largest and widest selection of pre-owned vehicles in southern New England. Call us today.
Lincoln Mercury of Raynham. 508-880-0000.
Downtown today, temperatures are going to soar into the hundreds. $3.75.
When beer starts out this cold, it ends up this refreshing. Coors Light. Taste the cold.
It's late in the evening. She's wondering what clothes to wear. She's wondering what clothes to wear. She's wondering what clothes to wear.
Yeah.
Knock it off.
Yeah.
Get the music you want when you want it. Add SBC Yahoo DSL and earn up to $150 in your choice of free rewards.
For 86 years, the Fenway faithful said, wait till next year. Well, after decades of close calls and ground balls, next year finally happened. The Red Sox made the World Series and made history for not only Red Sox Nation, but the entire nation. The home of the World champion Boston Red Sox is Nixon. Every night, every day, and every year, history happens here.
Selection of gas and diesel motorhomes in New England. It's USRV.
On sale at USRV, $399 fixed on select American Coach, Beaver, Fleetwood, Travel Supreme, and more. New Beaver Marquee, $120,000 off, plus $399 fixed. 40-foot Beaver Thunder, $399 fixed, only $967 a month. New Bounder, 36, $399 fixed, only $484 a month.
Quantity, quality, and price. It's USRV. My name is Marty, and we make better deals.
Children's Opera Chorus in the Toronto Emergency Service Honor Guard.
Red Sox baseball in Nixon is brought to you by Miller Beer, by New England Dodge Dealers, by Dunkin' Donuts, by New England Toyota Dealers, by Aflac, by New England Ford Dealers, and by Southwest Airlines. Welcome back to the Rogers Center. The Red Sox and the Toronto Blue Jays ready for Game 2 of this 3-game series. As we take a look at the Red Sox starting lineup, brought to you by Dodge. Mark Bellhorn leading it off for the Red Sox with Johnny Damon out. Trot Nixon at second and right field. One of the two. Red Sox done very well against Halladay, a .382 average. Ramirez in left. David Ortiz is the designated hitter for the Red Sox. Millar at first base. Jason Veritek doing the catching, a .344 career against the Blue Jays starter. Jay Payton is in center field. Bill Miller at third base. And Ramon Vasquez makes his first appearance in a Red Sox uniform as the Red Sox go up against Roy Halladay.
Well, it's the Rogers Center now, but it used to be Sky Dome, and very good numbers here at Sky Dome or Rogers Center for Halladay. 39 and 18. He got a win in his first outing this year against Tampa Bay. 7 innings in that game, 9 hits allowed, a couple of earned runs, had no walks and 7 strikeouts. In his career against the Red Sox, a 5-6 record.
Mark Bellhorn leading it off today for the Red Sox. Johnny Damon out of the Red Sox lineup. No word as to whether we can expect him to return tomorrow as Bellhorn takes the strike. After hitting his elbow on the corner of some plexiglass out there on the scoreboard in left center field, he received 6 stitches and left the game in the 9th inning in last night's contest. After playing the bulk of the game with the injury, it was kind of patched together by Jim Rowe and then did come out of the game in the 9th and had those 6 stitches after the game. And as you pointed out during the pregame, really in a tough spot right there on the elbow.
Yeah, he's got the stitches in there. He did nothing today. No batting practice, no throwing from the outfield. So kind of unlikely we'd see him in this series.
Off the glove of Reed Johnson. It kicks to the corner and Bellhorn heads to second base.
Anytime the ball comes off the bat of a left-handed hitter and the ball is hit to the opposite field, it's going to slice away from the outfielder. Reed Johnson in there today. A ball right off the end of the webbing of the glove. And Bellhorn on second base with the leadoff double.
So Bellhorn in the leadoff spot for the Red Sox today, and he stands in scoring position. There's Trot Nixon, we highlighted in the lineup portion. The .382 batting average against Roy Halladay in his career, and out after the first pitch, lifts it to left. An easier try this time for Reed Johnson, who makes the catch.
Let's take a quick look at the defense for the Toronto Blue Jays. They've made 4 errors in the 4 games they've played. It'll be Corey Koski at third base, John McDonald getting the start at shortstop, Orlando Hudson at second, and Aaron Hinsky at first. Left to right, we've already seen Reed Johnson, Vernon Wells, and Alex Rios. Briggs on once again behind the plate for Halladay.
Tim McClellan has the plate for the umpires today. Chuck Merriweather at first base, Mike Everett at second, and Tim Timmons, the umpire, at third. So Bellhorn in scoring position at second base with 1 down in the first inning, and here's Manny Ramirez. Manny with a 2 for 16 start to the season. And like the first 2 hitters, very aggressively out after that first pitch. He carves it foul off to the right.
Now the Red Sox will see 2 different types of fastball. The cross-seam fastball, the sinking fastball. You notice that last one at 94 miles an hour. They will see a cut fastball, a curveball, and a changeup from Halladay.
Any after the 0-1. And fouls it off to the right.
And we mentioned down in the open last year, only 8-8 and some time on the disabled list for Halladay. And I really look back to 2003 when he won the Cy Young. He had some big work numbers there. 266 innings, 9 complete games, and it may have taken its toll on him last season.
Of course, his Cy Young Award 2 years ago, 22 victories for him, as this one grounded softly towards first. Hinsky will take it alone, and on to third goes Bellhorn. Let's check in with Eric Freed. Eric.
And Don, the Red Sox without the services of Johnny Damon here today. Those 6 stitches in a real awkward spot right on his left elbow, which of course is his throwing elbow. The injury happened last night in the second inning when he went diving into the wall. These new scoreboards here in the wall have been the subject of much debate here among the Red Sox for the last 2 days. Damon suffering a cut, so he's out of the lineup today, hopes to be back soon, but he's got those stitches. Now, they have been working on these scoreboards here, trying to smooth out those rough edges. Unfortunately, it took 6 stitches to Johnny Damon to make the change. But this morning, they were fixing those scoreboards about an hour and a half before first pitch. Home plate umpire Tim McClellan was out there inspecting things. So apparently, everything is set to go. But Johnny is the one who has to suffer here today.
All right, Eric, thank you very much.
Excellent report there by Eric Freed, and also adding to that the fact that both teams complained about it. Not only Johnny Damon crashing in, but Vernon Wells, the center fielder for the Toronto Blue Jays, also complaining about the fact that it's too bright. When you go back toward that area on a fly ball in the gap, you look into it, and all of a sudden you can't see anything.
Ortiz jumps back out of the way of a 94-mile-per-hour fastball. And it's 1-2 now to Ortiz. Bellhorn stands at third base with 2 down in the inning. Halladay trying to get out of the inning unscathed, as that is in the dirt. Did he go? No. This is third base umpire Tim Timmons. And we were discussing the bolts coming out of it last night, but we were unaware that there was actually edges to it at the seams, actual glass edges. And you saw in Eric Freed's report that they were actually buffering those down and rounding them out, because that's actually where Johnny Damon actually hit it, which was on an edge, and he really didn't even run into it all that hard, but needed the 6 stitches after the game to close a pretty good gash. And something that Brad Mills and the Red Sox talked about before the game as a concern, and as Brad Mills said today, it's unfortunate that it took an injury really to get some action. But as you mentioned, Jerry, both the Blue Jays and the Red Sox concerned about that scoreboard. Ball for Ortiz with a 2-out walk.
That cut fastball that time from Halladay didn't miss by very much, trying to jam David Ortiz, but just off the inside edge of the plate. Well, we're back to normal here today. A normal sized crowd here at Sky Dome. Oh, it's Rogers Center. Oh, God. It's only going to take a couple of years, I think.
Yeah, most of the upper tier is empty today. It was close to capacity here last night all the way around. A tremendous crowd, better than 50,000 here last night, but today your more normal crowd for Rogers Center. Millar grounds it foul outside of third.
Well, the fans who hung around last night for the end of that ball game certainly had something to cheer about, as the Blue Jays made a pretty good comeback on the Red Sox. Keith Folk able to get that last out and give the Red Sox their second win in a row.
So far, the Blue Jays are playing competitive baseball. They've been in every game so far this year, winning the first two and then having a lead in their third game, and then last night nearly coming back, leaving the tying run and winning runs on base. Millar grounds it towards Hudson, backs up on it, still has time, and Halladay gets out of the first inning jam as the Red Sox strand two.
Now that you've seen it, it's time to drive it. The all-new redesigned 2005 Jetta, starting at just $17,900 at Scott Volkswagen in East Providence. That's right, only $17,900 now at Scott Volkswagen in East Providence.
Money on your mind? At Sovereign, we're here with red carpet service. Guaranteed.
MLB 2006. Nothing is more true to the game. Rated E for everyone.
When you see an advertised price on a bedroom, make sure you're getting everything.
My Chateau Works is the works because it's complete.
Dresser, mirror, chest, headboard, footboard, wood rails, and even a nightstand.
All 7 pieces only $13.99. At their store? I doubt it.
Or the Mission Not Possible Works. Same 7 pieces, but in a totally different style.
Find it elsewhere at only $13.99 for the works? I doubt it.
You've waited. You've been patient. Now it's here. Introducing the all-new redesigned 2005 Jetta. Preview it now at Scott Volkswagen in East Providence.
Bottom of the first inning. Red Sox don't score in the top of the first. David Wells on the mound for the Red Sox. Ready to face Reed Johnson, the leadoff hitter and left fielder for the Blue Jays.
David Wells on opening day in New York, 4 1/3 innings in that ball game, 10 hits allowed and 4 earned runs. Of course, Wells, a two-time member of the Blue Jays, 87 and 92. Then back in 99 and 2000, you saw the graphic on the screen of his career numbers as a member of the Blue Jays.
Ball and a strike to Reed Johnson. Fouled off to the right, and Wells ahead 1-2.
The thing David Wells is hoping for today is better control, better location with his pitches. We showed you in the open that a lot of his pitches against the Yankees are right over the middle of the plate, and of course against good offenses, that can be a problem.
Reed Johnson did not start the game last night, came on later in the game and got a couple of at-bats. Grounds it right side and throw into right field. Bellhorn defensively was swung around towards second and had no chance. Let's take a look at the rest of the Toronto Blue Jays starting lineup, brought to you by Rico. Orlando Hudson batting second at second base. Vernon Wells in center field. Corey Koski at third base. Shea Hillenbrand, the DH. Eric Henschke at first base. Alex Rios in right field. Greg Zahn doing the catching. And John McDonald, the Providence College standout, bats ninth. Hits the start at shortstop. Reed Johnson on at first base for Orlando Hudson. The second baseman out after the first pitch, pops it up. Ramon Vasquez behind second base retrieves it for out number one.
Red Sox defense is brought to you by Lexus. A couple of changes today defensively, and they will be coming here in center field and also at shortstop as Renteria gets a day off and Johnny Damon injured. The rest the same. Miller at third, Melhorn at second, Millar at first, Ramirez, Peyton, Nixon, and Veritek behind the plate.
So one down. Orlando Hudson retired. Reed Johnson at first base. Vernon Wells batting for the first time today. Wells 0 for 4 here last night in the first game of the series. Wells has a home run. He hit one on opening day for the Blue Jays, combining with Orlando Hudson to go back-to-back. Blue Jays opened up their season in Tampa Bay against the Devil Rays. Were able to take 2 out of 3 from Tampa Bay. On the ground towards shortstop. Vasquez, the second for one, on to first, the double play. So nice first inning for David Wells, done with 1 from Rogers Center, no score.
Hi, I'm Michael Jaggelinser from Somerset Chrysler Jeep. Your spring adventure starts here in a Trailrated Jeep or the inspirational new Chrysler.
Get a 2005 Grand Cherokee starting at $239 a month, or a 2005 Town and Country starting at $189 a month.
Come in today for the spring sales event at Somerset Chrysler Jeep.
Quality items, great prices, and convenient locations. Extra Mart has all your bases covered. Stop by Extra Cafe for a single cup of our very own gourmet coffee or a double-sized Deli Joe sandwich. Heading for home or running on empty, Extra Mart introduces Extra Fuels, our own premium quality gasoline.
This month, come in for the best in Major League collectibles and trading cards, and enter to win a trip for 2 to the 2005 All-Star Game in Detroit.
Extra Mart is always a home run.
I want to taste my beer, but I can't.
Every year, thousands suffer from taste loss. Look for the clues. Does your buddy smack his lips incessantly? Does your boyfriend act fidgety? Or do emotional outbursts come at inopportune times?
Why are you doing this to me?
Get the facts at PreventTasteLoss.com and protect yourself with great tasting Miller Lite, with more taste than Bud Light and half the carbs.
I've held it inside for so long.
Miller, good call.
Hi, I'm Jay Garant. Spring is just around the corner and the deals are really heating up here at Somerset Subaru.
Drive away with an 05 Outback starting at $18,630, or an 05 Forester starting at $14,995.
So hurry into Somerset Subaru for the best selection and savings in southern New England.
PartyPoker.net's Boston, New York Poker Challenge at Turning Stone. It's Team Texas Hold'em with a twist.
3 reasons I decided to be in this tournament is 1, I love Boston. 2, I love poker. And 3, I hate New York.
They're playing for cash and all talking trash.
Everyone in Boston thinks about how they compare to New York. People in New York don't think about Boston.
PartyPoker.net's Boston, New York Poker Challenge at Turning Stone. With a new episode this Sunday after the game and again at 8 on Nesson.
Second inning back at Rogers Center. Jason Veritek leading it off for the Red Sox. Veritek, Peyton, and Miller facing Roy Halladay. Jason Veritek picking up his second home run of the season here last night. Career home run number 99. So it fouled off to the left, backing out of play. Where available, this telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your television remote. Enjoy the game.
Buenas tardes, amigos.
On the ground up the middle, John McDonald ranging and throwing out Jason Veritek for the first out.
The Red Sox home season opens Monday with a game at 3:05 at Fenway. Festivities are expected to begin about 2 p.m., so be sure to come early. Then after the game, the Red Sox Foundation will have its biggest fundraiser of the year. It's the Welcome Home Dinner presented by Dunkin' Donuts, and it's a sellout. Go to RedSoxFoundation.org for more information.
One down for Jay Payton. Out after the first pitch. Tricky hop for Koski. The long throw in time to get Payton. Well, there's a look at a ball that hits the dirt down the line at third, and Koski retrieves it for the second out of the inning.
I mentioned in the open how Ronnie Jackson, the hitting coach for the Red Sox, said when they've had success against Halladay, they've gone the other way. And, you know, we've seen a couple of guys do that. Bellhorn the other way for a double. We saw a fly ball to left field by Nixon. This time, though, a little tough to go the other way on that pitch. That ball really running back into the hands of Jay Payton.
The Red Sox have been aggressive so far against Halladay. This is really no reason to wait around and be behind in the count.
He doesn't walk many guys. You know,
No.
that first out against Tampa Bay, no walks in that game.
He did walk David Ortiz in the first inning today. And Halladay looking for his first strikeout as he has retired the first two here in the second inning on ground ball outs. In 266 innings during his Cy Young Award winning season, he walked only 32. Halladay was 22-7 that year. Last year, an 8-8 record with 2 separate stints on the disabled list for the Blue Jays ace. Missing at 93 miles per hour that time to Bill Miller, and it's 3-1. Grounded towards second base. Orlando Hudson throws out Bill Miller. 3 ground ball outs, a 1-2-3 inning for Halladay. We're scoreless.
I love the way you've decorated in here.
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly on Southwest Airlines from Manchester or Providence to Philadelphia for just $29 one way when you purchase by May 26th.
You are now free to move about the country.
Hi, I'm Roanne from Off Track Bedding, celebrating our 25th anniversary. Mattresses looked a lot different 25 years ago. Then along came waterbeds, latex and visco mattresses, plus bigger and better Serta mattresses. So many choices today. At Off Track Bedding, we help you choose the mattress that's right for you. And we've been doing it for 25 years at the area's lowest prices. Shop Off Track Bedding's 15 locations and find out why Serta makes the world's best mattress. Off Track Bedding, for over 25 years, the lowest prices every night.
Hey guys, listen up! Someone leave their lunch at the last rest stop. There's a sandwich and, oh, we got a Pepsi, still cold. Name on the back says Spartacus. Is there a Spartacus here to claim this?
I'm Spartacus! I'm Spartacus! I'm Spartacus! I'm Spartacus!
I'm Spartacus. I'm Spartacus.
Bottom half of the second inning. Don Orsillo and Jerry Remy, along with Eric Freed, back at Rogers Center. Our producer is Russ Ken, director Mike Narachi, associate producer is Adam Jupiter. Glad you've joined us today. This one back up the middle and into center field. Blue Jays for the second straight inning have the lead runner on. Last inning, David Wells, after surrendering a leadoff single by Reed Johnson, with 1 out, was able to get Vernon Wells to ground into the double play, and on just 7 pitches got through the first inning. There's Shea Hillenbrand, a DH for the Toronto Blue Jays. Hillenbrand beginning the season hitting at .313. He had a hit here last night. Was 1 for 4 in the first game of the series. Foul Now tipped off Jason Veritek.
Hillenbrand's had very good success against David Wells, a .444 batting average against Wells in his career. Hillenbrand on a 4-game hitting streak, hitting the 3 games down in Tampa, and of course in the game last night here against the Red Sox.
3 seasons with the Red Sox, 2 with Arizona, and now in his first year as a member of the Toronto Blue Jays. Here goes Koski. Hillenbrand down the line off the glove of Miller and into foul ground. Koski headed for third. Hillenbrand trying for second, and he'll get in on the slide. No throw from Bill Miller. Now the Blue Jays have runners at second and third with nobody out.
Now there's that area again we were talking about last night. When you have these artificial surface and then that dirt pot that's around the bases, sometimes you get some tricky hops off that, and I believe that's what's going to happen right here to Bill Miller. Hillenbrand going down the line. Now it hits the grass, then the dirt. You see it pick up a little bit high. Miller was in perfect position to make that play with the glove low to the ground. The problem is the ball bounced up high and deflected off the glove.
So the third hit for the Blue Jays. Nobody out, 2 in scoring position, and here's Eric Hinske. The Blue Jays first baseman, 4 for 12 to begin the season. And he hit .333 out of the gate. 2 home runs and 4 runs batted in. And his second home run of the season here last night off Red Sox reliever Alan Embry.
Yeah, we mentioned last night that Hinske handles left-handers very well. Slow start to the season, but certainly picked things up last night.
Trying to get back to the 24 home run area that he hit 2 years ago. On the ground right side. Bellhorn rolls to first and a run scores. And from third comes Koski and the Blue Jays on top 1-0. On to third goes Shea Hillenbrand.
Sounded like a broken bat, but with the infield playing back like it should be this early in the ball game, an easy run for Toronto. Hinske picks up his 5th RBI of the season. I don't know if it was a broken bat, but it certainly sounded that way on contact.
So 1 down in the inning. Hillenbrand at third base, and here's Alex Rios. Line and caught at third base by Bill Miller. Fully outstretched. The Red Sox third baseman takes a base hit away.
Well, that's as good as it gets down there at third base. Miller diving for a ground ball to his right, now diving to his left to save a run. He's well off the line. A breaking ball, completely outstretched, and when he hits the ground, the ball does not pop out. Can't even see Miller, and you picture that. That's how far off the line he was.
So a very big out for David Wells. And here's the catcher, Greg Zahn. Into center field, a base hit. And from third comes Hillenbrand, and the Blue Jays lead it 2-0.
Well, it looked like the great play from Miller was going to save the Red Sox another run in this inning, but Zahn, switch hitter, hitting from the right side, swinging at the first pitch, and a soft line drive up the middle to drive in the second run. Actually got jammed a little bit on that, but still drops it into center field for the base hit.
.16 RBIs against the Red Sox in 30 games in his career. He's been with many teams. As here is John McDonald, formerly of the Cleveland Indians and Providence College. Getting a start today at shortstop, giving Russ Adams a day off. 3 for 5 so far in the young season. John McDonald, 30 years of age, born in New London, Connecticut, resides in Westlake, Ohio during the offseason. Parts of 6 seasons with the Cleveland Indians. A 12th round pick by the Indians back in 1996. Tardy on the cut. Three hits in the inning For the Toronto Blue Jays, Koski with a single, Hillenbrand a double. And an RBI ground out for Hinske. Alex Rios lined out to third base, and then Greg Zahn with a 2-out RBI single that has Toronto on top 2-0. Broken bat grounder down the first baseline that will stay foul. Millard picks it up to be sure.
It looked like for a second like that ball was going to come back toward fair territory and end up on that line. Millar had to hustle down and make sure he got to that ball before it did spin into fair territory. Dirt first, then the artificial surface, and it does hug that line but continue to stay foul.
Jay Payton a step or two towards right center field. A gap in left center for McDonald. Wells with the 2-2 pitch. It'll have to wait as he checks on Zahn at first. And he easily gets back to the bat. Jays with 2 runs on 3 hits in the inning. Wells has surrendered 4 hits to an inning and 2/3. Strike 3 call, and McDonald is gone. 2 runs in the inning for the Jays.
You haven't seen anything. No better service. True satisfaction. No better wheel. American wheel. Now we got the power. The best selection. Come on in and make the deal. So we can take a seat and oh no. You haven't seen anything. Haven't seen anything. You've seen Paul Massey. Yeah, Paul Massey Chevrolet.
It's so easy to use Geico.com, a caveman could do it.
What? Not cool.
I did not know you were there. I didn't know I could say.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
It's so easy to use Geico.com, a caveman could do it.
What's that supposed to mean? Did you hear that? That is really condescending.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
My all-new Grand Cherokee's 4x4 of the year.
5-star site crash test rating and 0% financing.
We got a great lease.
More cargo. Bonus cash. More adventure.
Join over 1 million proud new owners during the Jeep Spring Sales Event to get the most award-winning lineup in our history. Get 0% financing plus an April bonus cash allowance that can save you up to $7,000 on Liberty.
I got a sweet deal on my new Liberty. It's a legend.
Looking for quality fitness equipment? Then make your way to the Big Fitness Cash and Carry Spring Clearance Sale. Get 10 to 50% off floor models, overstocks, and new boxed items. That's 10 to 50% off the best name brands like Stairmaster, Precor Ellipticals, Trimline, and Landis Treadmills. Take home these great machines with no money down and no interest payments for 90 days. Don't miss out on the Big Fitness Cash and Carry Spring Sale going on now. Route 6 Seekonk and Mineral Spring Avenue in Pawtucket.
Back at Rogers Center, and Vasquez out after the first pitch that he sees has an opposite field base hit. His first appearance in a Red Sox uniform. He's 1 for 1.
Well, again, a left-handed Red Sox hitter going to the opposite field. Vasquez, first pitch he sees on the season, takes a hard line drive up over the glove of Corey Koski at third base.
For the second time in 3 innings, the Red Sox have the lead runner on. As Halladay now has a 2-run lead to work with, as the Blue Jays compile 2 runs in their half of the second inning. Second time through, the Red Sox order now for Halladay. Bellhorn with a double his first time up. This will be the 30th pitch of the afternoon for Halladay. Halladay 6'6", 225 pounds, from Denver, Colorado. First-round draft choice by the Blue Jays back in 1995. Chopped to first, high chopper, and as a result, Hinske has only one play, and he makes it alone for the first out of the inning. It'll be a day to remember. Monday, NESN's 11 hours of Red Sox coverage begins at 1 p.m. with a pregame show that's followed by 2 p.m. by the first ever ring ceremony at Fenway Park. After the game, it's baseball's only hour-long postgame show, followed by a new episode of poker at 7 p.m.
Wow.
A half-hour special edition of Sports Desk is at 10.
Man.
The season debut of Red Sox Rewind at 10:30.
Oh.
And an encore presentation of opening day ring ceremony at 11. 11 hours.
Man, all you got to do is wake up in the morning and put Nixon on and just leave it there all day. Lose the clicker, and you got everything covered from poker to baseball, the rewind, everything else.
And here is Trot Nixon with Vasquez at second base and one down in the inning. Trot Nixon wanted to send along happy birthday wishes. This is a good move. To his mother-in-law, Kay Fisher. Very happy birthday to Kay Fisher, his wife Catherine's mother. Trot flying to left field his first time up. On the ground up the middle, ranging is Hudson. He dives and can't get it. Around comes Vasquez. He'll score, and the Red Sox are on the board.
Nixon getting more and more comfortable with every at-bat he gets. Last night, of course, 1 for 5, the home run, and now he takes that outside pitch from Halladay. He does pull it, and he gets it by the dive of Orlando Hudson.
33 RBIs in 38 games for Trot Nixon.
You know, you might see when these guys dive on this turf or the ball hits it, that sand and rubber kick up. It's really ground up tires that are in there along with the sand.
And with a swing and a miss. What does the sand do? Does it settle ever, or is it just...
You know, you don't get as much of it when the field wears a little bit, like in Tampa Bay and Minnesota. You don't see as much of that stuff kicking up.
I noticed that during batting practice, anytime a ball would hit, the sand would spray. And he grounded out to first base in the first inning. There's in the hole, 0-2. RBI single for Trot Nixon as the Red Sox on the board. Toronto on top 2-1. And he golfs it foul off to the right.
Each time the Red Sox win at Fenway Park, Hood donates $1,500 to the children's hospitals throughout New England through the Hood Home Team Advantage charity program.
And he waiting on the 0-2. On the ground, chopped to third. Back in by Koski. He goes to second for one, on to first. The double play. Around the horn they went. Red Sox gone, but they get a run. 2-1 Toronto.
Yeah. Looking good. Keep working. Not under the boat now. Here. You got it? Get in. Yeah. Bummer, it's just an 8-footer.
Oh, well, throw it back.
Yeah.
A bad day in Florida beats a good day almost anywhere else. Fly Southwest Airlines with our $49 internet specials from the Boston area to Florida. Purchased by April 21st. Only at southwest.com.
You are now free to move about the country.
At a department store, you can get a 100% wool suit for $299.99. K&G has 100% wool suits that look just as stylish for a third of that. K&G. For men, for less.
More and more people are discovering premium tasting steak without a grill. Thanks to the new steak, mushroom, and Swiss breakfast sandwich from Dunkin' Donuts. Served on a freshly baked bagel. Their grills are desperately trying to measure up. Dunkin' Donuts. Bring yourself back.
Who do you call when you need a
to Mercedes ML Sport Utilities and everything in between. Lincoln Mercury of Raynham has the largest and widest selection of pre-owned vehicles in southern New England. Call us today.
Lincoln Mercury of Raynham. 508-880-0000.
Can't catch your Sox in time? At midnight on game nights, tune in Red Sox.
Bottom of the third inning. Reed Johnson, the top of the Blue Jays order to lead it off in the inning. Johnson, Hudson, and Wells, the top three in the Blue Jays order. As David Wells gave up 2 runs in the second inning. Red Sox get one of them back in the top half of this inning. Reed Johnson against the left-handers has done well. .311 his batting average. With 10 home runs in his career.
El Tito Francona again home resting back in Boston. I'm sure watching the game this afternoon. We hope you're feeling better. And had to be a little nerve-wracking in the ninth for him last night.
I don't know how he was supposed to relax going through that.
It's probably worse for him being home.
Yeah.
Look, it's going to come back fair. Look at this.
Comes back a fair ball and he's out.
A lot of spin on this. When it started out from Reed Johnson, it was in foul territory. Reed didn't run. But the ball's going to spin and spin right back into fair territory by plenty. Millard just picks it up and tags first. Here's a real good look at it. You can see it come back. Almost like a nice pool shot. Getting back to Tito, it'd probably be easier for him being here on the bench than being home watching it.
Had to be going crazy in the ninth, but Pete Falk and the Red Sox able to get out of it with the victory. As the Blue Jays left the tying run at third base, a winning run at second base. There's Orlando Hudson with one down in the inning. With the win last night, Terry Francona, despite being absent from the dugout, gets credit for the victory, his 100th. He is credited with the victory, 100 wins in 166 games as the Red Sox manager. Becomes the second fastest manager to 100 wins in franchise history, only behind Jake Stahl back in 1912.
You know what? If it keeps working like this, maybe Tito can work out a deal where he just manages from home. You know, you manage from home, have a little monitor set up, walkie-talkie, you talk to the bench coach, and you get credited for these wins.
For the wins.
Don't have to travel.
You've been trying to figure out a way how to do color commentary from home.
Oh, I could do it. I could do it. I know I could.
Terry Francona going 98-64. And of course, guiding the Red Sox to the World Championship in 2004. 2-2, line down the left field line, foul. See a little bit of that sand kicked up as the ball landed in foul ground.
I will say this, though, this is a decent crowd for game 2 in Toronto. Obviously not close to the full house last night, but from what we've watched over the last couple of years, a pretty good crowd here today.
Hopefully there is some rejuvenated interest in this Blue Jays team. They've had a pretty good start. And all the changes here at the Rogers Center. High chopper. Vasquez plays the hop and throws out Hudson, 2 down. Let's check in with Eric Freed. Eric.
Your love of baseball surpassed only by your love and knowledge of science. With that in mind, we did a little at the surface here at the Rogers Center. Cameraman Pacavere and I checked out the field. Now, you mentioned how you see when the ball hits the turf, how things pop up. Well, that's actually cryogenically processed rubber. But here's where the players, the Red Sox players, have had a beeper. Those are lava rocks. That's the kind of stuff you find in your gas grill at home. That makes it the warning track here. So there's all these fine particles, these fine stones all over the place, and guys are kind of concerned and worried whether or not, if they go sliding into that, if they're going to get all cut up. And if you look closely too, you'll see seams here, which is kind of an old-time artificial turf thing. They have these big trays that put seams in the field as well.
A home run for Vernon Wells. And the Toronto Blue Jays on the solo shot take the 3-1 lead for Wells, his second home run of the season.
Now Vernon Wells, even though he was 0 for his last 10, has had great success against David Wells in his career. 8 to 15 coming into the game. And he'll pick up that second home run, as Don mentioned, of the season. Looks like a cut fastball. Veritek, again, location, set up away. That ball stays inside, and Vernon Wells with the home run. It's amazing, Don. You know, the last 2 nights, games we've watched last night and this afternoon, seems like every time a Red Sox pitcher misses that location, these guys are hitting the ball hard. You get away with some of them, but Red Sox pitching hasn't got away with many of them.
And the ball appears to be carrying very well to left, as we saw last night. Our thanks to Eric Fried for showing us more of the field. I saw some of that rock down there on the warning track area.
Yeah, I don't think the people here at the Rogers Center, though, are going to appreciate Eric loading up his pockets with that that lava so he can put in his gas grill when he gets home.
To left again with authority. Manny goes back, looks up, and that's gone. Back-to-back home runs. Vernon Wells and Corey Koski off David Wells. The Blue Jays leading 4-1.
Let's take a look at the last 2 home runs. First, Vernon Wells. The ball is supposed to be away. Watch location. Cut fastball goes inside, and Wells hits the home run. Koski following him. Ball is supposed to be away, up and away, and Koski just does a good piece of hitting by taking it to the opposite field. You know, Koski was under some criticism here early for being the cleanup hitter and not producing, but the manager Gibbons said, look, this guy is a run producer. He's going to stay in that spot, and he responds today.
There's Shea Hillenbrand, who responded with a double his last time up. To deep left field. Manny back, looking up, and it's gone. The Blue Jays have gone back to back to back. Wells, Koski, and Hillenbrand. The trifecta of solo home runs off David Wells, and it's a 5-1 Toronto lead now.
I mean, this has happened so quickly. You had 2 quick outs in the inning, and then all of a sudden, boom, boom, and boom.
David Wells standing on the back of the mound as Dave Wallace makes his way out to the mound. And Boomer having a tough outing today.
Yeah, Red Sox now looks like they're starting to get a little motion down in that bullpen area.
The league leaders are brought to you by Olympia Sports. David Wells with the active career leaders among home runs allowed. 3 of them today in succession. Jimmy Moyer has given up more at 358. Three home runs in a row. Murakinski makes a ball out, actually a strike over the outside corner. Action of the bullpen. Blaine Neal up for the Red Sox. On the ground, Bellhorn to his right. And he will end the inning. 3 home runs in the inning. 5-1 Toronto.
PartyPoker.net's boss.
Find great car dealers all across Eastern Maine, and everyone has low prices and incentives. So why buy your next vehicle at Down East Toyota? We have Maine's largest selection of new Toyotas, more than 300. Our new 18-car showroom is customer-friendly, and we go out of our way to make service convenient for you. But most of all, it's our people. Customers come back year after year and see the same faces. That says a lot about a car dealership. Down East Toyota, Wilson Street and Brewer, buy your next vehicle from a familiar face.
Did you guys hear about Johnson? He bought a brand new HD TV and didn't get the HD service to go with it.
What was he thinking?
You should get HD service.
I didn't know that.
Did you know that? I'm new here.
You gotta have the best HD service to get the most out of your HD TV. So get HD service from Adelphia with lots of great channels in HD. You can't get that with just a dish. Order digital cable and get digital bronze with DVR service free for the first month.
The biggest just got bigger. The Bangor Home Show this Thursday through Sunday at the Bangor Auditorium and Civic Center. See Maine's largest home show featuring over 300 booths. Just in time for all your spring home projects. From the finest kitchens and baths, walkways to windows, to a new home or an addition. The Bangor Home Show has something for everyone. Talk to the building professionals and see the latest products that will make your dream home a reality. The Bangor Home Show this Thursday through Sunday at the Bangor Auditorium and Civic Center. General admission just $6 with plenty of free parking. Don't miss it.
5-1 Blue Jays on top now. The pitching line is brought to you by Nissan. 40 pitches, 28, 4 strikes, but 5 runs over 3 innings for David Wells. Back-to-back home runs for the Blue Jays. Vernon Wells, Corey Koski, and Shea Hillenbrand. And the Blue Jays on top now, 5-1. David Ortiz to lead it off in the 4th inning for Boston. Ortiz with a walk in the 1st inning. The only walk so far surrendered today by Roy Halladay. The shift on for Ortiz. With the Blue Jays shortstop John McDonald on the right side of their infield.
You don't see all teams do this against David Ortiz. Pretty much straight away in the outfield, but certainly well to pull in the infield.
John Gibbons, named the manager before the season after being the interim manager, taking over last year in August after Carlos Tosca was fired. He was the interim manager and finished up the year in that capacity for the Blue Jays, brought back as the manager this year. At first base, Henske will take it alone, and David Ortiz retired.
Now look back at the big bang boom here against David Wells. The inside cut fastball. Pretty good hitting here. The ball away, but takes it to the opposite field. Again, Veritek set up away, but that ball out of the heart of the plate, and Hillenbrand with the home run. Kind of the same problems David had in his first outing, not hitting his spots.
Kevin Millar bounced out to second base.